Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm not doing an intro yet, but you guys can come sit with us while we finish preparation on some things. Again, it is after 9 o'clock. So I just wanted to make sure that we were live and everything. Actually, it's about 9:02. So that is definitely our apologies for being a little behind time. I know myself, I'm dealing with a little bit of mouth pain here, but I'm working through it. Popped the about 1,000 milligrams of that work. So we'll see how that ends up going.
That's from talking too much, brother.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't talk.
Your doctor warned you about that.
Talk as much. He did. He did. He definitely was like, look, the way as much energy as you got and all that effort you put into that, I'm gonna need you to calm it down. You're really gonna start having jaw problems here in a bit. You know what I'm saying? So,
it's jaw arthritis is what it is.
You already know.
Hey, what is going on, people? Great to see so many of you in the chat already. Rocking out. Thank you all for sharing us out yesterday and spreading the good news. Episode 52 here. So appreciate each and every one of you already being in the house. Smitty Smiths, Nicks, Six Slayer, Sith Lord, Rescue Squad Pulp, RWK88, Retro Nerd, Fat Boy, Perplunk is in here. Who else? Did I miss anybody? Oh, yeah, the General C, of course, rocking out with us already. OCD Gamer, always one of the first ones to pop in the chat to say good morning. Hey, good morning to all of you. I hope your Saturday is starting off right because Steel and I are going to bring it like we do every week, but today's a little extra special. A little extra sauce on top because it is episode 52, our 1 year celebration of doing this. Of course, we've been doing it for longer than that, but we had some weeks off. So here we are.
Couple weeks. Yeah, it was a couple
weeks.
We
had holidays. We had holiday weekends. We had some real life stuff. That happens. So, but we want to thank all of you because without you, again, this would just be Steel and I on Xbox Live shooting the shit. Instead, we're building the community, and we appreciate every single one of you. But we're gonna get into all the niceties soon enough when we start the show here.
No, that is 100%. There's a lot of exciting things to get into. A lot of beautiful people that have supported us since the beginning, and that's such a beautiful thing, man. Hopefully, I'm coming through fine again. I made some adjustments. I backed up off of my mic just because I felt like it was kind of clipping the higher points of my voice. My voice carries, man. I'm still trying to figure out how to deal with that and everything. So let me know if I sound a little bit better for you guys, especially as I add some inflection and just as I talk normally. Again, I greatly appreciate it for all the happy anniversaries that you guys are throwing at us, man. Again, 52 episodes. 52 weeks of doing anything, man, is an amazing thing, especially when you're doing it with an uncanny gentleman. But no, honestly, when two guys can get together who have met over YouTube, honestly, met through, deepen that relationship through Twitter, jump back into the community, honestly, into something we love, something that we're passionate about. It's such a beautiful thing, man. The fact that you guys value our opinions and want to continue to see us grow and build, and it's a beautiful thing. To be over 500 subs, I was just thinking about it the other day. I wasn't typically expecting to get that much traction now. But to see it continues to grow, it's just been a wonderful thing.
I'm still waiting for my ring, Steel.
Your ring?
Yeah, you got to put a ring on it. 52 weeks is a long time, bro.
I need one too.
I expect a little something.
I need one too. I was looking for mine. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Oh man, Casket Repair General Spartan 27. Thank you for dropping in. The man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Wandering Dutch dropping on here. Somebody who again has helped Steel and I. Shout out to him. Shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Could not have been here without your support, your love, for everything that we do here, Dutch. So appreciate you. And of course, we'll mention it later as well. But CIS, the Community Indie Showcase 2022, is shaping up to be something you don't want to miss next week because Dutch is doing a ton of work. And he got the one and only Aaron Greenberg to make a special appearance, which is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Again, a shout out to Xbox for them being such a big part of this community that we can get somebody like Aaron Greenberg, or Dutch can get somebody like Aaron Greenberg to do something like CIS 2022. So again, be on the lookout that. But thank you, Dutch. Of course, Awful Grim Bones, brother. Great to see you jumping in here. And Tim the Sorcerer showing up as well. Man, we got some great people already starting out this morning. I love this, brother. But again, I'm still waiting on my ring because 52 weeks is a long time. Maybe we'll have to pick out ones for each other.
Yeah, that's what I like.
We can get them inscribed.
See, we're gonna have to meet up at like at our own E3, make our own event, the Living Splitscreen event, and that's when we'll do it. That's when we'll do it.
That's when we'll do it.
We'll meet in the middle. We'll meet in the middle.
All right, sounds good. Where's that going to be? Like Ohio?
Yeah, probably somewhere in there. Hey, I haven't been to Ohio. Let's make it happen.
Too bad Psychonauts is not living there. Brother Psychonauts is now in your neck of the woods. Otherwise, we could go visit him and just do it all there.
You could just come to Florida, but we'll wait.
I could. Yeah, I could.
But with that though, you say, hey, a little late. Took a walk. Hey, look, you're never late again. Since
you're not late.
We've been doing this whole back end thing. Again, I want you guys to feel like you're welcome, like you're part of what we're doing here. Again, I know you're in chat. I know we're pressing the buttons. I know we're the one putting the show together and everything, but I want you guys to feel like you're a part of the community, man, because you are 100%. And again, definitely shout out MWM, the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. You already know what's going on. Much love to you guys.
Yep. Shout out to Froggy. Frog Boy, X1 Gaming. Good to see you. Appreciate the kind words, sir. Crazy. Louis Gaming, the one, the only, another amazing member of this community. Again, his shower videos probably got us at least an extra 1 sub out of that 500 for sure.
Look,
Steel.
I ain't gonna look. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not even gonna hold you. I'm not gonna lie to you. Look, his shower videos, they come on the wrong times. It creeped me out. I ain't gonna lie. The one he did with the Joker, where he had I don't know what he had on his mouth, man, but it completely threw me off, brother. Like,
I know.
I had to scroll past it a few times, and it was like, Louis,
I don't want to know.
Hey,
I don't want to know.
Louis, look, man, much love to you, and I appreciate all your energy and enthusiasm and everything else. But you're definitely crazy, Louis, man. Definitely crazy, Louis.
He's earned it. He's earned it. Jacob Novick, great to see you. Hey, we got a spicy member of the community in here, J Rock, who always likes to stir up things on Twitter. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for dropping in.
What's
going
on, man? Hey, ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of smoke, man. You gotta throw a little bit of smoke every now and then.
Jay's got plenty of smoke.
Throw some salt in the wounds every now and then. That's what it's about, man. You know, people would say, just because I have an Xbox snapback on, Pong, that I'm just an Xbox. That's all it is. I'm sorry. No.
Oh, I've heard you've been called out on a show before, man. So I think people know what you are.
It didn't go far. You can't put me in a box, man. People,
back from the dead. Good to see you jumping in here, brother, as well. Smitty Smith, I think I shouted you out before, but salute, brother. Again, we got a lot of people who've been here with us since day one, and we'll get into that. But man, Newcomb joining the crew. Noof, great to see you, sir. Thank you all for the support. God, man, I love you all.
Have to give them the same energy from time to time, you know. Hey, Jake, that's all I'm saying. And I'll be feeling what you be putting down. And again, from what I've noticed, at least, there are a key selection of people who do it for the smoke, who just do it to be funny, man. You know what I mean? And you're definitely one of them. You do it in a good way. You don't take it 100%. You don't take it like fully serious. I don't see. There's some good people out here who can have some fun and don't spend all day on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? You can tell they're still getting it in the background and everything, and that's a beautiful thing. Who asked me? Tim the Sorcerer, you asked me what blade am I holding in Elden Ring right now. This is the Berserk Sword, or just the Great Sword, as it's called in Elden Ring. Just to jump into it, before I get into our intro, today I do have some Elden Ring PvP gameplay up for you guys. You're going to be getting about 2.5 hours of strictly PvP gameplay. Yeah, you might see me fight some enemies here and there, but it's all PvP action, really getting it in with some people. It's one of the things I've really been loving. He said the big red one. That might
pause. Wait, what's he watching?
I'm about to go back and look, Tim. That might be, it could have been my katana that I imbued lightning onto, red lightning. Other than that, because there's a few weapons that I keep on me. Currently in Elden Ring, I have like 3 different weapons that I carry at all times. I have my great sword. I got my, well, actually 4. I got my great sword. I got my 2 Godskin peelers. I got the katana. And then I got Millennia's blade. Yeah, it probably was imbued with red lightning, Tim. If it comes up again, I'll make sure to break it down for you. I'm pretty sure.
Bleed?
Yes. My 2 Godskin pillars do use bleed. They're naturally bleed. I think they're
right.
I think they're the highest bleed buildup weapons in the game. I was using them before bleed was just like, hey, bleed works in this game.
Right.
I just like the weapons because, I mean, at least that's how I play the games usually. But typically, it doesn't work as well as it should. But so with that being said, though, let's get into the episode. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for showing up. And welcome to episode 52 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. As the people go crazy in the background, the crowd stands and the waves of people just go crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have to say thank you for showing up to the 1-year anniversary of Living Splitscreen. And it only makes sense that on the 1-year anniversary that I don't hit the start record button on my end, and I also didn't hit the intro, so I got a few things to hit here. But that was just a practice run. That's all that was. I wanted to make sure I had it together. I wanted to make sure the people liked it. You know what I'm saying?
52 weeks, man. Got to keep practicing. This is how it works in real life.
I wanted the people to get the new intro. You know what I'm saying? That was the new one.
You're not a master of anything after 52 weeks in real life, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly. That's what they say.
Asa, thank you for dropping in here, and thank you for the congrats, sir. Assassin Lupa, the lovely Lupa in the house. I just did the show with her last night over on Xbox Ultimate. Good to see you, my dear. The Sly Crow jumping in here. Her talk. Vin X is in the house. Good to see you as well. Who else is in here? Anybody else jump in that we missed before we really get things going? Now that Jordan, Luke, great to see you in here as well. Thank you for dropping on by. Steel, you ready now?
Oh yeah, here we go.
Okay. All right.
Well, I would say here we go, but you know,
here we go.
It'd probably work if I turned the volume up on the music, wouldn't it?
Here we go. Dan, the man Cunningham.
All right, stop that. All right, so we're going live in 3, 2, 1. Hey. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning and welcome to episode 52 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show, and also welcome us to the 1-year anniversary of Living Splitscreen. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, 52 episodes of giving you that live, raw, uncut, authentic, organic, pure gaming passion that you can only find right here with Living Splitscreen, with the standards of golden age of gaming, taking that RTS view, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices and the darker spaces that many people will not get into and speak on. With that being said, we are a non-console-centric platform. We talk about everything that is going on within the gaming industry. So again, I'm talking about Xbox, PC, PlayStation. You got a console, a system. That is what we're going to be talking about, because it's not just about one piece of plastic. It's about the entire business industry, whatever you want to get into about it. So with that said, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. Otherwise, I Still Rain. The T is a 7, as you can find me. And I am joined by one of the most illustrious gentlemen, otherwise known as the Uncanny Gentleman, for those who don't know that reference to X-Men. But my guy, my brother from another, the one and only Pong Steel. How you feeling today, brother? What you got to give to the people, man?
Good morning, gamers. That's right. We are back. 1 year of Living Splitscreen is about to be in the books on this episode. Again, thank you, everybody who showed love, support, shared out the news as we went through this week. Steel was doing stuff. I did stuff yesterday. And hey, look, before we confuse anybody, there might be some new people showing up here today, Steel. Maybe somebody caught wind of this freaking epic moment that we're having right now on episode 52. So I don't want to confuse people. That person in the video on my Twitter feed yesterday that I posted, right? My video. That is me, okay? What you saw yesterday was my ultimate gamer.
Oh, that's the gamer face?
That was my ultimate gamer self.
So you let it go?
look. That's somebody, everybody here who's been listening to us and listen to me anywhere knows that I'm a grazer. And for anybody who does not know, that's an official term by Microsoft and Xbox, grazer. They have that internally. Yes. That is the type of gamer I am. That is somebody who plays a ton of different games but doesn't finish a whole lot. We graze, okay? But let me tell you something. Something special happened over the past 2 weeks that I can't remember the last time that's happened. And that's why I looked the way I did. That's why I had my Grizzly Adams going on. I rolled credits on 3 games over the past 2 weeks.
You did.
With a lot of help from the fine gentleman next to me here, Mr. Steel Rain, who helped me out in a couple of them. But I rolled credits on 3 games in the past 2 weeks. That is a rare feat in itself for me. Okay, for me. So that's why I looked the way I did today. This is the professional. This is the organized. This is the adult Pong Soul right here. Okay, who's ready to get down to business again? Yeah, and I had to get ready for this show, so because we got stuff to talk about.
Okay.
But no, man, I am having a great time, Steel. Again, just enjoying the hell out of what's going on in this industry right now. So many games, so much good stuff. Yeah. Rolled credits, Tiny Tina's. We rolled credits on the first part of Godfall. Then, after 280 hours, if you guys missed my post, and 280 hours, I finally rolled credits on what is now a top 10 game of all time for me. And of course, that's Cyberpunk 2077. Absolutely amazing experience with that game. You've heard me praise it. I've been nothing but love and passion for that game since day one. And I know not everybody agrees, and that's cool. I don't have a problem with, but for me, that is simply an experience and a story and stories within that game that will stay with me for a long time. And that ending to that game was not a letdown. It was the perfect way to finish off what was just an epic climax because of how I played that game and saved all the big missions, even some of the side stuff, but they're big parts of the game. I saved all that till the end. So it was this huge ramp up as I was going through, and Steel knows because I kept coming across more missions. And then I got to the end, and you know what? Like a lot of great movies, you can get to the end and then it kind of goes meh, or you're like, is that it? Really? Not with this game, not for me. CD Projekt Red did a phenomenal job with the ending, with the decisions you have to make in that game. Again, game that will stick with me for a long, long time. And I can't wait to jump back into it. We got word this week we might talk about it a little bit from CD Projekt Red DLC next year. Look, special game.
So now that you beat the game, Pong, because I beat it more towards release and everything else. I think I beat it within the first 60 days the game came out. You've beat it now. You've got plenty of updates over time. You've put you've put damn near quadruple the time that I put into the game. Yeah. What would you honestly rate the game out of a 10?
Honestly, because the bugs never bothered me. So again, everybody's going to have
just your experience.
It's my experience. So again, people will score this differently because bugs, damage a games to other people differently than they do for me. But I would put this at I would put this at probably a 9.25, 9.5. I mean, I take off maybe a half point for some of the bugs, but again, never had any game killing bugs, never had any lost time. I never lost any saves. It always respected all of that, which is one of the biggest things for me. So yeah, I'd put this up there at 9.25, 9.5. And again, just overall package, it was already there for me, but after the ending and after I sat there for 20 minutes with the controller in my hand, watching the credits roll by and listening to the music, it solidified itself top 10 all time for me, like legit all time top 10. Any list, it'll change. The list changes. There's a couple games that will never fall out of that top 10 list, no matter what. And Cyberpunk is one of those for me. That's where I would put it. And then Steel, kind of crazy, man. Then I didn't know what I was going to play. And you get done with a big game like that in 280 hours, and you kind of got that whole again, it's very rare for me to have as strong emotions as I did with Cyberpunk. We're talking about
it hit me the same way.
It hits, man.
That's why
it hits. Some people might say it's kind of tropey and we've seen this before, and you know, the whole life death thing and all that kind of stuff. But the way they presented it is Hollywood level, man. And again, CD Projekt Red, I have always said, again, and a lot of people believe that after Witcher 3, some of the best world builders, character development through writing. They are one of the best studios. They're up there with the Bethesdas. They're up there with, the Obsidians. They're up there with all of them. And again, they did not fail me on this one at all. But again, I have not had a game hit me since maybe The Last of Us, Red Dead Redemption. We're talking about a long time. It's rare that I have a game that really hits me like this. So that's why I say what I say. And then, like I said, after you get done with one of those games, you're kind of sitting around thinking about what you're going to do. I was like, maybe I'll go back to Godfall. I know you were rocking out on some Godfall. And I thought, you know what? And then all of a sudden I remembered Lost in Random, a game I talked about on the show, Steel, that I told you I was excited for because I knew it would be dropping into the vault soon from EA. And it's by Zoink Games, who are a part of the amazing Thunderful. I dropped into Lost in Random, little game, indie game with a Tim Burton, American McGee, Alice in Wonderland, dark fairy tale land. And I'm just having a blast, man. I'm on a roll with games right now, and I'm just having a blast with this game. It's not overly complex, of course. It's not anything that's gonna, again, it's not like, oh God, I know that this is an indie title, but it looks AAA. But the aesthetic, the gameplay, the acting is off the charts in this game. And again, if you like Tim Burton style, if you like American McGee's Alice in Wonderland, that dark fairy tale, check out Lost in Random. It's got some card game mechanics to it. It's not just straight up battles. They've got all these different little types of mechanics that they throw at you. There's like a game board style way of battling too in there that I just got introduced to last night. But overall, just having an awesome time. Again, the golden age of gaming is upon us, everybody. And I've been just having a rocking good time lately. Just so much to play, so much to do. But Steel, what you been up to this week, brother? What you been getting down? I know you had that mouth pain, and of course, a lot of times that drains you and you don't feel it. I've seen you rocking some Godfall this week a little bit. So I know you've hit that maybe once or twice.
Yeah,
but,
it's been up and down. But no, when mostly it's been Elden Ring and Godfall. And some Forza actually in there too. Horizon 5 is definitely shaped up to. It's running really well. Online players working magnificently. The custom matches and everything are working great. The online play is on point. The number one thing that I really bothered me about the old Forza Horizon games was the free roam between races, or counting that as a race towards the tournament or whatever. Because I mean, every time that you go into a race, there's like a set of races that you do. So out of 3, out of 4, whatever the case might be, and they would include those free roam sections as part of that. You would get ranked depending on what place you put. They took those completely out, so it's literally race after race after race. Not race free roam. Get to this point. No, it's race after race. And that's such a beautiful thing, at least for me, because that's what I was missing. That's what turned me off of the previous Horizon. So it's amazing to get in here. And again, for somebody that doesn't play Forza as often as I used to, I wouldn't even consider myself as good as I used to be, whatever. I do play on everything simulation other than damage. So, and I do play now, again, I'm not as good as I used to be. I used to play on unbeatable all the time. Because I still set a certain standard for myself. I took it down one notch, and so I'm still trying to get first place in every race. But I don't know how they balance that out online, whether, because not everybody's gonna play on the same settings, of course. So with me playing simulation, I feel like I'm always gonna have that disadvantage versus other people. I'm also using manual and everything else. I am still playing with a controller. I love this. I love the Elite controller for driving or for playing Forza. It's an amazing experience. But yeah, Godfall, man. I'm definitely, 90% more invested than I was originally, mainly because of the content that's there. I mean, but not only the content, but now that it's on Xbox, I think along with me knowing that there is more content for it, has me kind of on this kick, right? And it's kind of made me look at some things differently. And I have an interesting take on Tiny Tina, because there were some things that I've experienced while playing Tiny Tina by myself and co-op or whatever the case.
Yeah.
And the main thing that I wanted to bring here, because it is a hot take, is I feel like Tiny Tina or just the Borderlands games aren't necessarily for me.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it's not fun. I'm not saying that it's not a good time, because I had a great time in co-op and the story was solid. But that's it for me. It's for me. It's for me, at least, between Godfall. I'm just gonna take Godfall out of it, because did make me look at it a little bit differently. But I want to look at it more so from a first-person looter shooter perspective.
Yeah.
For me, Tiny Tina doesn't hit the same way Destiny does for me, and it's not supposed to, and I know that.
Yeah.
And it's not, and I'm not saying that, oh, it needs to be this. No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Right.
What I mean by that is that even though I had fun in co-op with you playing the story and everything else, it's like I don't regret the time or money spent on the game. I wouldn't, far from, because I definitely got my worth out of it. And I would want to still play, and I do want to still play it, but it's more so a co-op experience for me than it is single player. Main reason I say that is because I found myself when I was playing in a single player. Again, I'm not a guy who likes to go back through story. So boom, I beat the story. I'm not really trying to play the story on a harder difficulty. That I just don't have any amusement in that. Now, if my brother comes in and he's like, "Yo, I haven't played the game yet," and he wants to run through it, like, fuck it, I'll go through it with you, and I'll also help him power level and everything else. But the thing that made me realize that the most was I was doing Chaos Dungeons, and it was all right. I was having a good time with it. I'm on like Chaos level 7, 8 or something like that. And it was feeling good. But I found myself after about an hour of me just running Chaos Dungeons, of me just getting to a point where I was like, I have to, like, my 4th or 5th run, I was like, what is the point of it? What am I doing here? Like, okay, I get the point that is to get better guns or whatever the case might be, do faster runs. And then what solidified it for me was that I dropped into matchmaking, and I got into a room with one other dude. We did a level 20 Chaos Dungeon run, right?
Dang. Okay.
He pretty much went in and soloed the whole thing with his companion. He didn't shoot shit. I was shooting stuff, and then I see his ice dragon just come out of nowhere, shoot its magic ice bullets out like 2 times, and then boom, the enemies would die. So I was like, okay. So what that made me do is kind of look at the game. I was like, all right, well, if this is the end game, if this is what's going to end up what I'm trying to work myself towards, I don't really see the fun in that. It doesn't hit for me the same. Like, it's different if you're in co-op and you're comparing weapons to each other. It's like the whole marshmallow experience we had, right? And all the other experiences we had during Tiny Tina and everything. I think for me, it's more so because there isn't another aspect for me to look forward to. It's hard for me in PvE games. That was one of the things that, as much time as I put into Warframe, I said that to you on the back end. But Warframe is also like super expansive. That was one of the things that in the end of Warframe that kind of turned me off too, because there wasn't a PvP aspect. There wasn't something else that would take my mind off of me just grinding for better weapons. I'm just doing it to do these runs faster. That's it. I know now the reason I mentioned Godfall earlier, because you can say the same thing about Godfall. It's a PvE only game. Yes. But it's also a third-person melee action-based combat game, and that pulls my attention a little bit more, along with the flash and everything, and the perspective. So as far as like playing single player, like me just going in by myself, Godfall has been the looter that I've kind of wanted to go to if there's not anybody else that just wants to jump in to whatever other game. So I wanted to put that out there because I know that was an interesting take. Not only that, but I felt like I always like to be honest with the people, right? Because it's one of those things where I'm not saying that the game is bad and it's not boring. It's just not for me. And it just kind of goes back to why I've always had a hard time playing single player games in the first place because of reasons like this. Mm-hmm. Even though you have the co-op aspect, it's just like, this is it. There's nothing else there. To me personally. And it's probably, I can definitely admit it's to the fact I'm jaded. One is because of how I was raised, how I've had to look at games. Two, I'm just a multiplayer centric gamer. And it would make sense to why I have fun in co-op, but when I play it in single player, it's not the same experience to me. Also the variety, after a while, does get very samey. It feels like you have to play a certain way in order to get the most out of the game. Now, again, games just came out, hasn't been out that long. There's going to be updates to it, and that, my opinion on that could change over time as they expand it out. Yeah, and Tiny Tina is about different builds. But the thing about that Assassin's Loop, and I think more so my point with it, is that I'm not that guy. I don't have time to sit here and experience different builds and do different things. Why? Because I like to play different games. I'm not going to spend all my time at Tiny Tina when I could play Destiny PvP, or I could play Halo PvP, or I could play other games that I'm getting more enjoyment out of. And if you guys are having a fun time doing different builds and everything else, that's what those games are about. And that's not me. You know, I play one way. I'm the guy who's played as a Titan, one character in Destiny all throughout its history since Destiny's released originally, and just recently within the last year made a new character. Just to give you some perspective of how I look at it. You know what I mean? I'm that guy. I'm a one class dude. I get my character up to a certain point. The other thing too is that I've come to realize, just going back to Tiny Tina, is that gear score matters, but it doesn't matter. So it's like, okay, you're wanting to get a higher level gear, like 500 or whatever the case might be, but then, you know, you're looking at more information, trying to find out more about the game, because that's another thing I do when I get really interested in the games. I'm looking at to see the deeper aspects of the game, the things that people dug deep for and say, oh, how these mechanics affect the game and everything else. It doesn't seem like a well enough trade-off for me personally. Again, I know the build diversity is a huge thing. That doesn't interest me. Mixing up the builds and everything else. I like to get in there, get my build set up, and then boom, that's it. And again, I can freely admit that I'm jaded about that. Again, not taking anything away from the game, but I, as a gamer, can openly admit when something just isn't hitting the way I feel like it should. But again, Borderlands has never hit for me that way, so that makes sense. But again, it did do much better than what Borderlands 3 did. I understand why people are into it. I understand why people are really get really deep into the different builds that they want to do. Oh, this build's great. Let me try this. And then it's that repetitive cycle, and that's very enticing, entertaining. I just can't feel that for me personally. So that's
it's still, there's nothing wrong with that. Like you said, you always got to know who you are as a gamer, but you still, we certified Tiny Tina's from both of us because we were having such a good time co-op. It's just like you said, end game, it's not for you. It doesn't have that. It doesn't hold your attention, right? It just, that's it, period. And obviously it's not set up anywhere near like a Destiny is for that type of end game. Again, you got to love Borderlands to really dive deep, like you just got done saying. So it's an honest opinion, man. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm glad that you gave us that, because again, that's what's important, man. Again, updates to what you're currently playing, and things change, and you were having a rocking good time, and like you said, it doesn't take anything away from what you did experience. It's just there's nothing left for you right now, right? So hey, that's cool.
None unless I'm jumping in co-op. It's just if I'm solo, I'm not going to be booting the game.
No, and I think Borderlands has, for the most part, outside of Borderlands 1, starting with Borderlands 2, it's always been set up as a more co-op style. There's plenty of us who enjoyed it single player, but like you said, overall, the experience is set up to have that absolute chaos of multiple people running in and things flying everywhere and all that kind of stuff. It's not set up per se as a single player experience.
Sith Lord with a comment from the Iron Lord. Show me your build. Shout out to Attic.
Yeah, exactly. Splendid. It's good to see you, Nightwolf. Great to see you as well. For GQTV, thank you for being in here. HTK, brother Peter, always great to see you, sir. Thank you for jumping in here. Hey, real quick, since we don't have a whole lot of games this week at all to get to, everybody moved out of our way. For people who don't know, all the gaming companies said, look, it's Living Splitscreen's 1 year this week. Nobody's going to be playing games. They're all just going to be rewatching the year anniversary of Living Splitscreen over and over again. So they all moved out of the way. So there's only a couple games that took the leap this week. Nix, good to see you as well. I just saw your name in there, sir. Sour Blow Gaming, awesome. Tony Grasso is showing up as well as always. But hey, look, who was it? Was it Jake? Yeah, it was Jacob Novik. He had a question. He asked me, what was the biggest emotional hit in a game during the credits, right? So basically, what game hit me the most in the feels as I rolled credits? That is a gigantic question, Jacob.
Oh, I got because an easy one. That's easy.
Things hit different. Okay, you go ahead first, Steele. Go ahead.
For me, if I got to pick one game that hit for me by the time I got to the credits, I'm gonna say. This is hard. It's easy, but it's hard because it's the same IP, just two different games, and both of them hit about the same for different reasons. But my inner self is telling me Gears 2.
Okay, I figured it was Gears.
And the reason I say that is because of that connection and that relationship that they built. When there's something about, because I think that's when they first introduced Ty and everything. They also killed them basically that same game. Sorry, spoiler alert for those who haven't played Gears 2. Lord,
there's no spoiler alert needed for that. Sorry, folks.
But just saying. But not only did they introduce an amazing character with Ty, like the way that they introduced him and made you care about him. At least me personally, he was relatable and everything else, as far as ethnic background and just everything, and as far as character development. And then the way that they also killed him, one set the tone of how the game was going to go, like midway in. And then when coming from Gears 1, going into Gears 2, you had Dom always talking about wanting to get his wife back and saving his wife. That was like the central point. Maria, yes. And Marcus was right there with him. You know what I'm saying? Not to say Marcus 100% agree, like that should be the focus, but he was 100% on board, like, you're my brother. Yeah, let's go find out what happened to her. When you get to that point in the chapter where you find Maria and she comes out of that, whatever you want to call it, jail, cell, whatever you want to call it, and you see how broken down and lifeless she is, bro. By the end of the game, there's a whole different level of intensity, and not only intensity, but also like emotional depth that you come to realize going into Gears 3. That
Dom changes.
Oh my! He changes dramatically, and I can only imagine. Mind you, I was super young when the game came out. I was in my early teens, whatever the case might be, and even for me, it was devastating to see a character who I care about. Because Dom is my favorite character in the series. But it was so emotionally, it hit me in such an emotional way. Going into 3 when he sacrifices himself for Marcus. It set the stage for Gears being the best series to ever exist. Especially 1 through 3. And again, I know you don't feel the same about 4 and 5, but it's also part of the reason why, because of what happened through 1 through 3, is why I love 4 and 5 the way that I do. I don't like what they've done with JD. I feel like that's a disservice to Marcus himself. I feel like they could have definitely went a better route. Again, kind of the same problem that I have with Boruto, and not like the whole Naruto to Boruto thing, where it's like, damn, this dude, like this guy just went through all of this shit, and then his son comes in and is a piece of shit. And then, but I'm supposed to care about him, like, just because he's Marcus's son. But maybe that wasn't the point. Who knows? But Gears 2 is definitely going to be the one, just because it set that standard for that IP, that they were willing to take it to a dark, deep place. It hit those emotional strings. Even for me, who was a young guy at the time, I didn't have kids or wife or anything like that to really make that connection. But I've lost people and in life and family members and things like that. So, and going through that war with the locusts and seeing how messed up they are, because it's not like they're just the get along people. Oh, we're gonna turn you into a slave, and we're just gonna make you carry around rocks all day. No, they were torturing people and everything. So just to see that transition, I would have to say Gears 2 for sure. What would you say?
That's interesting, brother. I figured you were coming with that. I figured it was going to be one of the Gears, which is really funny, because people on the outside who have not played Gears 1 through 3, for whatever reason, whether they're just PlayStation fans that have never picked up an Xbox or whatever the case may be, or people just never interested in it because it became the bro shooter, right? It became that, it has that that aspect to it when you look at it. But what people don't realize is how deep Gears is.
Yeah.
When it comes, especially 1 through 3. Again, some people really like 4 and 5, and I'm not going to take away from that. Everybody's got their own personal feelings about those. But again, 1 through 3, it always was looked at as, this gory shooter, the online, the multiplayer was where it was at. But if you actually honestly played the stories, it was a lot deeper. Yeah. The greatest video game commercial was for Gears 1, right? I think most people will say that. Still to this day, when that comes on, somebody else had posted it this past week as well. Again, whenever I watch that, just so many emotions. But that trailer actually set up kind of what that story is all about, and that there is a deeper level to Gears. So I definitely can agree with you. I don't have any problems with you saying Gears 2. I won't have any problems with you saying Gears 3 when Dom dies as well.
It's back and forth, 100%.
Yeah, it's back and forth. It's incredible. It really is. Look, for me, like I said, this is a tough question. Very tough question, especially after just getting done with Cyberpunk, because obviously it's so fresh in my mind.
Right.
I would and there's different levels of emotion too. I would probably, if I had to choose one right now, I would probably say The Last of Us 1. Last of Us 1.
I can hop on board with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, from beginning.
Yeah.
To end. Look, The Last of Us 1 again, there is only one Last of Us for me. Okay. I will never touch Last of Us 2. I've watched multiple playthroughs of the entire game. I know the story. I don't like the story. Gameplay, it looks absolutely fantastic. Graphics off the charts. Look, all of that. I'm just one of those people that's not the story I wanted. And it's because of Last of Us 1 that I wanted something different out of Last of Us 2. But Last of Us 1 has cemented itself in my top 10 list of all time, because how that game started. That's one of the best intros ever to a game. And I've played a lot of games, okay? But that introduction, that first 10 to 15 minutes of Last of Us 1.
Nothing like it. That's not that's different.
I was unprepared when I first popped that game in.
Beginning of
and I had that first 10 to 15 minutes, and when Joe and Ellie first get Bro, I was sitting, I was like, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah.
Right. You're kidding me right now. Right. That was like the opening. And then the way it was ended. And again, some people can say it's cheap, and I get why people feel that way. There are times that they use cheap ways to get emotions out of you. Movies do it, books do it, all forms of entertainment and media do it. But for me, because I got so invested from the opening scene and then Ellie and Joel's relationship forming throughout all the middle part, and then to end it
the way that it did,
with, again, choice or no choice, and that's a discussion that people have had. It does not matter how that ended.
It was perfect. It was. I wasn't expecting it.
Bro, no, again, I sat there for a long time, but obviously there are some honorable mentions in there. Red Dead Redemption 1 for me. Again, that whole story. I know people always like to say Red Dead Redemption 2 story is better overall or whatever the case may be, but for me, Red Dead Redemption 1, amazing. Mass Effect 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1 for obvious reasons. Again, we had not seen a sci-fi game like that. The overall impact of that game and the ending, the climax. And then 2, because, and again, even though I'm still one of those people that say Mass Effect 1 is the better game for me, and I know that's a heated debate, but Mass Effect 2, the relationship building that is done in that, there are some of those relationships that, as you have to make decisions throughout that game or other things do happen, and you lose people, bro, they hit.
Oh, the end,
okay, they hit. Okay, and I don't care what anybody says. And then I again, Cyberpunk, for me, again, the decision at the end that you have to make was impactful, but overall,
the story was impactful.
The story, but the people you met in Cyberpunk and some of those relationships you formed in Cyberpunk legit feel complete, right? And the ending for me, because I watched both. I did the secret ending in Cyberpunk 2077. So, and for people who don't know, I'm not going to spoil anything for people who play it down the road, but Cyberpunk 2077, as it rolls credits, you get phone calls and voicemail. It's not voicemail, it's actually picture mail, but whatever, video mail, I should say, from some of the characters you met. And depending on what ending you get, determines how they are calling you and talking to you. And I watched both the secret ending one, and then I also failed the secret ending, because in the secret ending, it's one and done. If you fail a run, it's over with. They just roll credits on you, right? That's it. You got no more chances. So I did both just to see the difference. And again, CD Projekt Red, top of their game. Their writers are unbelievable. The messages from some of the characters that you meet throughout Cyberpunk 2077, depending on what ending you get, bro, there was a couple of them. Yo, I was unprepared to hear what they had to say to me. And again, it's a game. It's fake. It's not, it's not reality. But what they were saying to me hit home, hit hard, and it was rough. It was rough. And so, again, Cyberpunk is definitely up there as well as an honorable mention. But I would say overall, if I had to go right now, it'd be Last of Us 1. Because, again, from start to end, there is just, they bookended that game and then filled the middle with so much meaning that really that game stands out above a lot of the others, for me at least. So absolutely, 100%.
I definitely agree. It's definitely one of the best IP in the last 2 decades. I can agree with Last of Us 1. The complete package. I mean, again, that's why I get on my tirades about Last of Us 2, because, I mean, they had one simple thing they could have done to get me invested, no matter how the story went, and that was the multiplayer. But I 100% agree that that first game, start to finish in that story, bro, especially with the way that it started, I wasn't anticipating that. And then seeing, like you said, seeing that relationship between Joel and Ellie build up over the game, and then you get to the ending, and you're like, you have some ideas of how the ending is going to go, right, initially, and then you actually get to it, and you're like, I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Because, and there's another level, right? Still, you have children. I've raised kids.
That's when I first,
bro, that adds a whole nother layer. And again, when the arguments come up about what should have been done or the morals that were involved in that decision,
I would have did the same thing.
Bro, I put myself there, and I'm like, and again, that goes into my hate for The Last of Us 2 and what they did in The Last of Us 2. For me, again, I understand why people love it. Again, everything looks beautiful. It's great. If you pulled something out of the story, if you wound up hating Joel after The Last of Us 1, that's okay with me. That was part of what the story was supposed to bring out, right? Yeah. Was that complexity of morals and how you were supposed to feel about the character. But I'm sensitive to what Joel went through.
Yeah.
Right. And so for me, what happened in The Last of Us 2 was unacceptable. Okay, period. Point blank. Don't care. I wanted to see the continuation of that relationship between him and Ellie, and I don't get that in The Last of Us 2.
Do that in the third game. Or if you're gonna
have something like else happen or whatever the case may be, because again, I know Joel was not a good person. Like he did a lot of bad things, right? I'm not saying that, but again, the man made up for it in my eyes.
Yeah.
By protecting and choosing the life of someone he loved over everything else. And it wasn't 100% sure that they would get a cure either. There wasn't 100% sure.
That's the thing about the story right there. There wasn't no guarantee. There is, I can turn her over and potentially she can get tortured to damn near death, because that's what they're going to end up doing to her, testing her until she probably died. I don't think she would have made what they were made out of what they were doing. Now, she could have, because I mean, she had a lot of things working for her, but at the same time, it's one of those things to where I understand both sides. I definitely understand both sides of the conversation.
I do.
It is what it is. If you got kids, you'll probably be like, yeah, I see exactly why he did what he did. If you don't, you'll be like, damn, you know, sake of humanity, this and other thing. There's no guarantee.
Right.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing about that entire story, that there is not a guarantee. And then like you were speaking to, the way that they went into this next one. And again, I'm not going to speak on it like that. I haven't played it. I want to experience it for myself to make that full decision. Again, but I'm not going to act like I'm ignorant to what the story is, whatever the case may be in this other one. But yeah, man, I agree. I feel like that was an amazing section for a 1 year anniversary too. I'm actually amazing question, I should say.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob Novik. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Jacob, man. That's amazing.
Absolutely. That was awesome. Because again, we don't have a whole lot to go through for upcoming games this week. And anybody who's been here, you guys know how we free flow. This whole episode can go tons of different directions. That's how we do our episodes. These are unplanned, outside of basics. We again, it's free flowing. If you guys bring up something in the chat, we're going to talk about like we just did. You know, and obviously Steel took his intro in a different direction with Tiny Tina's and explaining how he felt about that at the end. Look, this is how we do things. This is what you're going to get every Saturday. This is how we like to roll. And it's awesome. I think that's one of the reasons why Steel and I get excited every Saturday morning to do this with you, because we don't even know how the show is going to go. We don't know where we're going to take it or what's going to happen, but great question. Thank you for bringing it up. Splendiferous, thank you for jumping in here, brother. Psychonauts, awesome to see you in here as well. I think somebody else, Dirt Griggity from We Bleed Green. Brother, let me tell you something, Griggity. I've been around. Again, with my work right now, I can't hop in as much, but I am still loving you guys over at We Bleed Green. Again, talking about spicy earlier with J-Rock in here, jumping in here. We Bleed Green is spicy as all get out, but I appreciate what you guys do. Again, it's not about always the console war is the console war. Steel and I speak out on it, but there are certain people that bring it the right way. And it is well known as just jokes. And We Bleed Green is one of those. And they tend to go after the clowns more than they do just we hate PlayStation, because none of those guys over there on We Bleed Green hate PlayStation per se. Well, I can't say that. Devin may hate PlayStation completely. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that they go after the clown show and they give back to the clown show what they give, except that on the Xbox side, there's a group of people who tend to go after, you know, the fanboys more so than just the box, right? The plastic. We hate the plastic. Xbox has got the best plastic. We Bleed Green does it the right way in my eyes. Maybe I'm biased because I love those guys so much because they were one of the first shows I picked up on when I jumped into this community. But I appreciate what you guys do over there. But I have been there lurking, just can't always hop in as much as I like to. And I'm always hopping out as well because work is simply crazy right now.
It's the same for me, man.
Dreadpool, good to see you as well.
I think that's another great angle to jump into. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our 1 year anniversary. Again, we've already hit you upside the head with some hot takes on some gaming shit. I give you my hot take on Tiny Tina. Again, it's not a bad game. Still loving the co-op. And then we gave you some takes on what we feel like is some of the more impactful stories or the games that we love as far as the story goes and everything that hit us emotionally. So far, I think we're knocking out a part 2 for 2.
And we're doing what we do here. We're doing what we do here, man. Again, we're a different type of show. That's why people, again, we hope you're all enjoying what we do here because it is all over the place and we do things differently than a lot of shows. So, Steel, we're just on point. We're on brand this morning on episode 52, man.
But I don't think I don't think we're all over the place again because we're a game podcast.
No, I mean topics wise. We run the gamut when it comes to topics.
Of course. Yeah. Again, we typically have a longer show, so we're able to do those things again. Somebody made a comment earlier, and I'll get into the whole podcast thing that I was going to get into. Somebody made a comment earlier saying that we do 4 hours of content, so that's about 2 or 3 shows right there, isn't it? A week versus what some people do.
True.
And
True.
Yeah, 100% it is. I could be the petty guy to where I literally break our show up into 1 hour segments and drop more videos on y'all head tops on a weekly basis. I try not to oversaturate people with the same shit over and over and over again. I just feel like that can be quite annoying. I wouldn't necessarily want somebody to do that. But at the same time, maybe you can only get an hour in. Maybe you can only get so much time in, and that's a great thing. But that's part of the reason why we also do timestamps now. While we've been doing timestamps, is so that you can get to that exact section that you were wanting to get into, or you can hear those opinions in those pieces of the show, so you don't have to watch the whole thing. We do that on YouTube, and we do that on all the audio platforms. It's where it's in the description. So if you're an audio listener and you want to tune in just to certain pieces of the show, we got the whole breakdown usually in the description. So definitely be on the lookout for that. But what I wanted to get into as far as just like the whole podcasting thing, and honestly, I don't remember. I believe it was based off of somebody else had said something at the time. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, it went a completely different way. It was going to be something along the lines of us being in a year of doing this for a year. And just kind of the impact that it's had on not only us, but the community, and just kind of what that means. So, and again, I was going to go a completely different way. I forgot what the original point was, but nevertheless, podcasting is a unique thing. And I could definitely say that anybody who's interested should definitely jump in if you are willing to put the effort forth. Not everybody comes from the same space, and I feel like it's extremely important. This was one of the points that I wanted to get into that I'm remembering. Like I stated last week, and like I always state, know what you're into, know what you stand for. Don't let other people sway what your opinions are. It's part of the reason why we're in the community, why you jump into different things, why you have your own hobbies. Again, if you're a car guy, shoe guy, clothes guy, game guy, whatever you might be, movie buff, whatever it is, Marvel head, DC head, it's about having an opinion and being able to stand on it, because that's what opens up those interesting conversations. We don't always have to agree on everything. We can always agree to disagree, and I don't have to hate you for your opinion. I feel like that's something that's extremely overlooked within our community. And again, it's one of the biggest things that I always wanted to establish here, and why I try to establish us as a non-consulate centric platform, and want people to understand that, because there's too many times where people do get soaked into, oh, it's this versus this, and it doesn't have to be that way. We have too many things going on a daily basis that are already us versus them, or us versus each other, whatever the case may be. And I want this to be an opportunity to where we can get together, we could break it down. Me and Pong, like for an example, me and Pong are from 2 different aspects, 2 different steps of life. And if it wasn't for this, we wouldn't have met. You know what I'm saying? So when you have experiences like that, I feel like that should open people up to the idea that you can find people who are like-minded like you, and also offer varying opinion from you to help you look at some things differently. There's been plenty of opportunity and plenty of times when me and Pong have had conversation, and there may be two opposite sides of it, but we have a similar understanding, right? And just because he might think about it a little bit differently, I mean, I'll be honest too and say a lot of times me and Pong don't necessarily disagree because we have a similar mentality about things. But
hey, your Tiny Tina's take sucks. So I mean, I hate you now. So hey, this could be our last show. 1 year, it's over with.
1 year, it's over with. All kinds of Tiny Tina. Even though we play like 10, 15 other games together.
Don't matter. We're
still gonna beat that light.
That's the line. You crossed it, brother. That's it.
That was it. Oh, damn. But there was a question earlier, Pong, that somebody had asked in the chat. What was that question before I went off on my tangent? Do you remember? I was trying to get back to that original.
Sorry,
thing.
Brother. I had to leave for a second too. Got real life stuff going on. I apologize. So
everything good?
I don't. Yeah. I'll talk to you about after the show. We're good though. We're real good. So we're fine. Just need to deal with some stuff.
My overall point with that again, we've said it here. I'm gonna say it again. Just be able to be honest with yourself, be able to have different conversations with people, and again, just come to a place where you can agree to disagree. You don't have to like everybody. Everybody doesn't have to like you. You don't have to be into what everybody else is into, and that's always going to be my biggest thing. So again, that's what I've learned from the year of podcasting that we've been doing. Again, that's pretty much how I've always felt how I've come to feel as I've aged. Again, 29, about to be 30 this year. So again, you can say I'm a young dude, younger people are gonna say that I'm old, whatever the case may be. But I just feel like that's good information to pass on, because I don't want anybody to be scared. I also don't want people to think that everything is for you, because everything is not. You might get into this space and feel like you have to be a certain way to be popular or to stand out. Hey, to each their own, man. Everybody has to find their path. Pong, have you got anything to say on that? What's going on?
No. I mean, again, I think that, again, from what I heard from what you were saying, Steel, I think you're spot on. Again, for people jumping in, people who know us, we talk about it constantly, right? We're not one of those shows that says something once and then never brings it up again. Steel and I will reiterate our points, and we'll come back to our points time and time again, show after show, because we do feel it's important, right? And we're passionate about this, as Steel, talks about all the time. That's why we're here. But we're passionate about individual subjects within this industry as well. And Steel and I will come back to them time and time again. And that's what we do on this show. And Steel is correct. There's different ways you can look at things. Again, there's other shows, like I pointed out with Griggity and Weebly Green. They take a different stance, and that's cool. Again, what Steel and I are always going to speak out on is the over-the-top personal toxicity that happens, the gatekeeping that happens within this industry, and console warring when it comes down to it. Yes, it's just a different way to look at things. Yes, it's in sports. Yes, it's in politics. Yes, it's in all of these sorts of things, right? But at the end of the day, when we're looking at this industry as an entertainment industry, we're just going to try to speak out on the things that bother us, because we do think it hinders this community in some ways when it comes to new people jumping in who just want to come in here and celebrate gaming, right? Just want to come in here and be like, I'm excited. And they come into Twitter and they come into this community for the first time, and they're finding shows that they like, and they're finding all these personalities that are out here. And all of a sudden they post something on Twitter, and all of a sudden you got a bunch of fanboys jumping in on your post going, you can't like that. Why do you like that? Xbox sucks. PlayStation sucks. Blah, blah, blah. That's what we're talking about. That's the part where it just does not make any sense to us. And we're going to continue to speak out on things like that, because again, that hinders this community in a lot of ways from growing. And sure, you could say there's a mute button, you could say there's a block button, but first impressions are everything. And for new people jumping in this community, they may be overwhelmed by what happens from a simple post about some game that they're enjoying. right? There's some game they're enjoying, and people got to try to tear down that excitement or gatekeep or whatever you want to call it and say, you can't be happy and excited. That's what this whole industry is about. Again, this industry is built as a kid's industry. It just so happened to mature with all of us that were there from the beginning. It just so happened to grow up with the rest of us. But at the end of the day, it's still supposed to be about having fun, pure and simple fun. Yes, there's a lot of different aspects to that, but that's what this is about. That's why we're here. That's why we started this show, was to talk about overall the fun parts of it. And that's why we go ahead and come out here with, all sorts of games that we're going to talk about, because we can have all these different experiences, and we want other people to also have that opportunity. We spoke out on Godfall last weekend, probably one of the only shows that dedicated a whole entire segment speaking about Godfall. And people might go, why the hell are you talking about that? Who cares? Out of all the games, Godfall? Yeah, because Steel and I were enjoying the hell out of it. And we wanted to let other people know that, hey, if you have an interest, don't be scared to jump into it just because of what everybody was talking about it when it originally launched. That's why Steel and I are here as well, to share and to spread that love of gaming. And it comes in all different forms. It's not just about the AAA bangers. It's not just about those super popular indie titles that pop up that surprise everybody. It's about everything in between as well. And Steel and I are here to spread that word. So again, I think we're knocking it out of the park here, Steel. Hey, man, got a lot to talk about, man.
Hey, we're a podcast at the end of the day. We're gonna be talking about things. We're gonna keep it personal. Again, you got to keep things unique. That's one of the things that I've also learned throughout this whole thing. OCD Gamer, he says, I don't even use Twitter because of that. Again, that's our point, man. But it's like that with any piece of social media. It's also part of the reason why I'm starting to look into maybe possibly getting into Reddit, going down that dark hole. Because there's just a lot of traction to be found there, and a lot of people find their news there, and they talk.
Steel, did I see you join TikTok? Was that you?
Yeah, that was me. I wanted to start posting clips and things, and putting stuff up there. I'm gonna make us famous, Pong. Don't worry. It's gonna take some time, but I'm gonna make
brother. Hey, that's all good, man. I don't know if I could jump on the TikTok. Look, shout out to Caitlin, of course. Fun, she's
getting it,
bro. 12,000 followers on TikTok already. That girl is working it over on TikTok. Again, as a as somebody who thinks outside the box, who does have that business-minded sense of things, I understand why, right? I get it. And I should probably be on TikTok as well and be posting clips, because it is just another avenue, right? Anything is what you take away from it. You don't have to get into the nonsense of things when you're on social media unless you really want to.
Right.
But you can use the social media aspect, and it is cool and it is hip, and it's one of those things that people are going to more and more. TikTok is real, right? TikTok is a thing, and it's another avenue, right? It's another model that you can use to promote what we do here, because we do want more people in this community for sure, right? At the end of the day, that's what we want. We want to grow this community and have people here who love to hear us talk for 3+ hours, Steel. Because that's what we love to do.
That is what we love to do. And ladies and gentlemen, being an hour into this episode already, we haven't gotten into any gaming topics.
Difference. Who's that? You know who Caitlin is. Stop. Joe Dunmore. Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, Joe? You already know how I feel. I'm feeling good, man. You already know what it is.
Ray Oy, thank you. Thank you for coming up in and dropping the happy 1 year, man. Thanks. Appreciate that. Invader Gaming, good to see you, brother. He runs a fantastic show. Shout out to Invader on Sunday nights. You should go check that out too. TXR, definitely a great show. He's got Tim Dog on most weeks and a bunch of other fantastic people over there as well. So please go check that out.
Speaking of Sunday night, Saturday night tonight, me and Pong will be on the Shop podcast. Living Splitscreen again is invading the shop, so be on the lookout for that. We'll also announce that towards the end of the show, so be on the lookout.
I always love how I don't know what shows you're going to be on until, even if they're like shows I'm on, like it's always like super secret. Like
you got to keep it interesting.
Yeah, no, Steel hides this shit from me. Like I never know. All of a sudden I'm like, I jumped in this morning and he's like, oh, I'm going to be on the shop. I'm like, Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, great. Why didn't you tell me this? Okay.
I wanted to keep it a surprise,
Yeah, I know.
Keep
You always do that to
keep
me.
things interesting. Somebody got to. Shit. No. But
we
no.
do have a couple games upcoming this week, Steel, that we should probably throw out.
We do got a couple, at least.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's definitely get into these couple of upcoming games, and then we'll get right back into it, depending on how this flows. I guess it'll depend on what topic we end up going into. So, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what your upcoming games of the week are.
There's not a whole lot, folks. There's not a whole. There's two. So there's two. So yeah. Let's see here. So Game Informer, of course. We've got two this week. There's probably more out there, but again, we're going to use the Game Informer because we always do for the upcoming game. So hey, anybody who has not played Star Wars: The Force Unleashed, okay, let me tell you something. This is coming out on Switch finally on April the 20th. That's right, 4/20. Get Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. Spoiler alert, this is one of the best Star Wars games ever made in the history of Star Wars, which is saying a lot. Yes, Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. Yes. Some of my favorite games all time. But if you're looking for an action game, the Star Wars: The Force Unleashed is the game you want to play, even though it's not canon, even though supposedly Lucas absolutely hates the idea of Star Killer. You need to go play Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. Star Killer is one of the greatest characters ever created. Unfortunately, we'll never see him again unless things really change and go sideways over at Disney. But man, this has got Darth Vader. It's got everything you love about Star Wars and more. And if you ever wanted to feel the power of using the Force, this is one of the best representations. Yes, they take liberties. Yes, there's things in this game that you're not supposed to do, much like Disney did with Rey, but we're not going to get into one of my Star Wars rants right now. There's things you're not supposed to be able to do with the Force. Well, guess what? Star Killer kind of breaks those rules.
Oh, he's in the middle,
Yeah. But guess what? It's an amazing game. So it's finally coming to the Switch. So if you got the Switch, please go enjoy this. It is simply just one of the best, most phenomenal Star Wars games out there. And the story is awesome as well. Steel, I think you have touched The Force Unleashed, haven't you?
No, I have not.
You have not?
I have not played any of the games that actually. I am on the lookout for getting the PC version so I can get the texture mods and everything else to add into it so I can play it. I am interested in it. It's actually very surprising that I haven't played it, but again, with it being a single player game, it does kind of make sense. But no, I definitely want to try it out because there's a lot of people who have said that it's the best feeling Star Wars game. Really gives you that feel, and that's something that I really enjoyed about Fallen Order. So I would definitely want to try it out.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. And then the only other game that was brave enough to come out the week after we have our 1-year anniversary, Steel, because again, everybody else moved out the way, is Teardown on PC. And now both Steel and I looked at this morning behind the scenes, and we were like, Teardown? What the hell's Teardown? There's not even a picture on Game Informer of Teardown. They do have the gameplay videos down below. So if you want to check this out, you may remember this. This was first shown back on Gamescom in 2020. Teardown is this voxel created game. It's done by Tuxedo Labs, where you kind of have to plan these heists within the buildings, but it's about destruction. You basically use like explosives, you use construction equipment, and you have to basically, it's I believe it's based upon your time and how fast you can complete certain objectives within the game. That's kind of what you're shooting for. So you're competing, I think they're going to have leaderboards with the time it takes you to get through a level, depending on how you choose to approach that level. But everything in the environment is destructible. Okay. So check out Teardown. It's considered a simulation game. It's on PC. It's by Tuxedo Labs. Again, you go watch the gameplay video. A lot of you might spark your memory, be like, oh yeah, I remember seeing that game, because it's been at a couple different shows. But yeah, Teardown is the only other game that we have again that's on Game Informer's list that we have releasing this week. So not a big week for games in any way, shape, or form. Not what we're used to here at all. But that's what's coming up this week. Steel.
Yeah.
Where are we going to head first on episode 52?
There are some people who wanted to try to probably get into, and I thought this was interesting because it definitely opens up a can of worms and just a different conversation. But putting ads in gaming. One of the biggest reasons I want to get into this because this is something that's kind of already going on. We're not necessarily that they're like there's ads specifically. There's some games do have that. But we've always gotten some form of product placement in our games for a long time, right?
It's been around for a long time.
I do feel like, and actually, I'm actually going to go based off the article first. So give me a moment as I finish getting that set up here. But essentially, it's just going off of because Microsoft came in. There was who was it done by? It was by Business Insider. They have an article that's actually behind a paywall. So you have to pay part of the service, or unless you know the ways to get around it, because there are. But there's a paywall there that you have to get into the article. I'm going to be pulling this from makeuseof.com. They seemingly have pulled the article and they have some good points from it. So I'm going to just pull it from here. But essentially, they came out earlier in the week. This was published 15 hours ago. Was it Satya that came out and said it?
Yeah, they did an interview. I think, or they got some information. One of the two that they were looking at creating.
Right.
Go ahead.
They were looking at ways to implement ad space in games. And nobody knows what aspect they mean that in, right? And supposedly they're working with teams behind the scenes to see ad teams and things to see where the product placement could be and what makes sense and everything else. And I've already seen people who are already in an uproar about this. Oh my God, we can't have ads in gaming. If there's an ad that pops up, I'm switching to PlayStation tomorrow. And
meanwhile, you were capping for Death Stranding as they showed a full table full of monsters, right? Yeah.
I mean, like, look, I can tell you right now, and then I'll get into the article just real quick personally. Yes, I do agree. If they do put whole ads, like a 30-second clip of Old Spice in the middle of right after my Halo match, that is going to be a turnoff. I don't want to see that. I agree with you. Correct. But I do see it going more of the way how TV shows have been. There's other forms of movies and everything else where there is more product placement specifically in gaming, where you see more like a McDonald's or more Monster or Rockstar, whatever the popular brands are, them putting their representation in games.
Inappropriate places.
Exactly.
If Master Chief walks into a McDonald's on Halo Zeta, we got issues.
Yeah,
we got problems.
No. Now, if Master Chief opens up a can of a Monster, hey, where are we gonna go?
It would be Rockstar, actually, because they do have a deal with Rockstar.
Okay, well, it'd be Rockstar. But no, within all seriousness, hey, yeah, like Jacob Novik said, ads is not bad. I just want 10 to 50 seconds under a minute. Sure, I can see that. But again, the way that it was explained, because again, it was taken out of context, is that it's going to be in free-to-play games, which again, it makes sense. You get all this access on the internet and everything. You're able to get into these different sites. Where do they get their profits from? Ad space, clicks, everything else. And somebody has to be able to fund that. So if we're able to get more funding, especially in the gaming space, that means more money for the devs, more money for bigger titles and everything else, more money for the indie developers. I do think that it could be used for good, but again, just like anything else, it could be used for bad. But let me get into this article real quick. So again, this is going to Microsoft is planning to put ads in your Xbox games. Fortunately, the company doesn't want to go down the mobile gaming route, and it will keep things relatively tame in comparison. Again, people are jumping over the cliff about this, but let's just listen to what they got to say in here. So, the possibility of ads in Xbox games. Neil Wynn spotted an article over at Business Insider, which is again our article behind a paywall, that states the tech giant is very interested in adding advertisements into games. Microsoft is currently on the hunt for advertisement companies that can help make its dream a reality. Let me pull this up for you guys here also, so you guys can see where I'm pulling this article from. Again, I like to have evidence behind what I'm reading. So, if you spend any time playing a free game on a mobile device, the concept of ads in games may dredge up nasty memories of full screen ads that tear you away from the game. Yes, 100% agree. If it ever goes that way, we're moving in a bad direction. However, Microsoft doesn't want to drag the player away from the game to show them an advertisement, which is exactly what I pulled out of the article, and is part of the reason why I wanted to make use of, because this wasn't necessarily like, yeah, the title's a little clickbaitish, but again, arguments can be had there. You got to pull attention to this. Either way. Instead, the company wants to place advertisements within the game itself. The example given in the source article was an in-world billboard that companies can pay to have their products displayed on. Again, that is no different than product placement. Making you inadvertently think about that thing. So GTA, for an example, you know, a lot of times GTA they have all these examples of different brands, right? But they call it something different. Like, there's an Audi there's Audis in GTA, but they're called Ocelots, I believe, or something like that. Instead of the full circles, they look like half circles or whatever, emblems or whatever the case may be. You're on mute, Pong.
I said it's like Coming to America. It's like McDowell's versus McDonald's.
Perfect. That's a perfect example. GTA does the same thing. What if GTA was able to get advertising space from McDonald's or Burger King or any of the other popular brands? Instead of it being a mod like on PC, it's actually in the game. One, they're going to want that. A company like McDonald's would be more than willing to put that in a game, because you're constantly going to see it and you're constantly going to think about it. But just not even wanting to, because you see it often. I can't tell you how many times have you watched a show, watched something in a game, and it's made you think about that. Like, damn, and now in the back of your head, somehow, now you're thinking about going to go get that later. Or at some point, now it's popping up more often than not. That's the kind of thing that they're speaking to. I don't see nothing necessarily wrong with that. Again, advertise your shit. Doesn't mean I have to necessarily go buy it, but if it is a product like that, I don't see anything wrong with proper ad placement. It's like anything else. As such, it'll be relatively unintrusive form of marketing, and some may even argue that it will heighten the immersion. That's the thing that I saw from it. If they go the route of product placement, and I can guarantee that they are, because they're not stupid. They're not going to stop your game like they use an example of a mobile game and say, here's a 30-second ad that you have to watch before you can click X. I don't think they're going to, I don't see that happening. It works on mobile phones because you're on a mobile device. Again, it's all right there. It's all touchscreen. Again, that could be debatable too, but we all know that, like, if there isn't some form of advertising in these mobile games or whatever the case might be to give, because there's so many people who play them, they don't necessarily get the support, right? They want you to be in those games, spend the money in those games, spend the money in those ecosystems, so that they can see the return on the investment for that game that they create, whether you feel like it's good or not. That's the whole intention of it here. Some of that does roll into the console gaming, PC gaming ecosystem, but the difference is it's just a completely different medium, and it's always going to been that way, and it's always going to continue to be that way because of the investment that we make into gaming, right? I think there is going to be aspects of mobile gaming that go that same way, where if you pay for a $30, $60 game on a mobile phone, that you're not going to see those types of advertising. right? Again, this is why why typically you see it in free games on mobile devices, and then they're kind of speaking on it on free games, on free to play games in consoles, but more in a product placement kind of strategy. So they go on to say, however, to serve those advertisements to players, Microsoft first needs games that support such a plan under its belt. As such, it's currently looking at including more games in its library that allow this technology already, as well as encouraging developers to think about how they can include these ads in their game. Neilwin also mentions that it believes that Microsoft will trial this technology in free-to-play games. It makes a ton of sense. If the company targeted paid games, players may cause an uproar about being shown ads in the content they've already paid for. This problem quickly dissipates if the player spent nothing to play it in the first place. And given how Microsoft doesn't want to go down the route of hijacking gameplay to show off marketing material, there's a very real chance that gamers won't even notice they're being advertised to. And that right there is the overall point. I don't have to advertise you directly for me to put an image in the back of your head. That's something that's been a kind of like a conspiracy theory over the years. People who watch certain type of content or the TV shows that you're watching or whatever else the case may be, they're making you think about certain things.
It's not a conspiracy theory anymore. They use it.
It's proven.
They use it now. It's part of analytics. Right. They know how to subliminally subject you to certain things that will make you want to go buy something or go do something. That's now a part of advertising. They do it all the time.
It is 100%. Again, some people see it as a conspiracy theory that whatever the case might be. Again, I've always seen it more as it's analytics, man. Why do you think that every time that you talk about something, Google ends up showing it to you somehow? You're not safe. Like, as much as you want to be safe from technology, whatever the case might be, bro, like,
you got to be completely 100% off the grid.
And come on. So for them to go down the route that they're going, again, they're not stupid. I saw people making some statements like, again, like I was leading in with the joke that, oh, if Microsoft starts putting ads in their games, I'm going to become a pony. And it's like, bro, Sony has done it. Microsoft has done it. Nintendo's done it. They do it with their own product half the time. Goddamn, Smash Brothers is just a free open, let me advertise you every game that we've ever created or other games that have come out so that now you want to go play it. Like,
there's Fortnite, for God's sake.
Is the biggest example. They don't even have to say anything. They have Avengers character. They have every character in that damn game. So now you're just freely thinking about these characters. They have a Batman. The Batman movie came out and there's Batman in Fortnite. Like, that's free advertising. Like, why not? I don't necessarily, again, I don't see anything wrong with it if it goes this direction. Again, more product placement, bringing that, like they brought up in this article, more immersion. That's the overall point. If we make things feel like it's more of your reality, then you're going to be more connected with that world. Again, this is like, what if, what's the name of the game? I put it down, Watch Dogs. What if the most recent Watch Dogs had more visual representation? Like, yeah, it represents the city in London, whatever the case may be. But what if it had more of the stores and the monuments and some of the advertising that you guys probably see commonly out there? You would instantly be drawn into the game because you can relate, right? I think that's more so the overall point in this. This is like, this conversation came out, I kind of overlooked it at first because I was like, man, this is something that's been happening. Again, like I made the point, I don't see them stopping your whole entire gaming experience. Like you're playing Forza Motorsport, and then all of a sudden, right after your race, there's a 30-second ad. Or you're playing Horizon Forbidden West, and you beat a boss, and now there's an advertisement telling you about one of Sony's other games or whatever the case. I don't think that something like that is going to happen. Again, it's going to be put in smart areas, smart places, places that are pretty unnoticeable, so that you're constantly thinking about those things in the back end. Again, it's a marketing strategy. Pong, what do you think about this? Is this kind of one of those things where it's like, man, if you're like me and you, we probably have always seen these kinds of things, have always anticipated these kinds of things happening, not And kind of, I'm more so surprised that it hasn't happened more, right? That a game like GTA doesn't have more proper product placement. That there isn't more of that brand push and everything else. That it has to be modded in. What are you kind of thinking about that? Ad placement in games.
Look, I'm not excusing this in any way, shape, or form. Right. I know some people are like, oh, again, the clown show and the circus are going to show up anytime anything Microsoft is in the headlines without them realizing. Again, a lot of people got some pretty big smackdowns yesterday when they were trying to say that this was an Xbox thing and, oh, this is the Game Pass effect. And like I said earlier, people put up screenshots of Death Stranding with monster cans everywhere. Look, this is nothing new. This has been going on for a long time. Now, what I will say is, like you said, Steel, anything like this can be used for evil. Okay. And I use evil, quote unquote, right? Again, we're talking about advertising here. This can be used for bad. 2K tried to do intrusive ads.
Yeah. No.
They got hit so hard, so quickly that they instantly pulled them and said, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. 2K tried it. 2K tried it on their sports games. They were doing actual in-game ads where an ad would pop up and you would have to click through it. Actually, it started causing problems with the game. So they got clapped back and they took it down instantaneously. But this stuff has been going on, and Microsoft in this article, according to this article, is being very, very cautious. They said specifically, they do not want to interrupt gameplay.
No, they understand.
So again, this is more about product placement where it is deemed appropriate. Because like you said, Steel, in a real world, real setting, we had a good conversation about this on Xbox Ultimate. Dutch talked about this last night as too. Real world placement can actually increase the feeling of being a part of that world, because things that you recognize being in your peripheral view, being on billboards, buildings with certain signs, that can actually help the game and make you feel immersed more like, hey, this is a livable, real kind of world here because I'm seeing things that I recognize. Like I'm playing in a fictional world, but yet it's kind of based in that real world setting. So all of a sudden now I'm seeing these things and I'm going, oh, okay. Now this is believable. 2K has been doing this for a long time. EA has been doing this for an extremely long time. People forget that this goes all the way back to like Midnight Club. You can pull up Midnight Club because it's back on, it's backwards compatible. They've got Best Buys in there. I think they got Pizza Huts in there. Okay. This has been going on for a long time. Obama, when he was making his run, and now this kind of crosses the line for me when we get into politics being in advertising in games. I don't necessarily like it, but whatever. Obama made a deal with EA. EA put his stuff in 9 different games back in the day, including Madden and including Burnout Paradise City.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Yeah. He had advertisements in there. Yeah. Okay. It kind of crosses the line again for me when we get into politics or religious. If we start getting religious things in, look, there's certain things that I don't want. I mean, games can talk about those types of scenarios, but I don't know if I really want to see real world stuff in there. But anyways, NBA 2K, it's got the Gatorade signs. They actually have the announcers like Kevin Harlan, one of the most famous sports announcers out there, NFL, NBA, one of the greatest voices. I know him well because he started out in Minnesota as a Timberwolves announcer. So I know him very well. Kevin Harlan is an awesome dude. But they have Gatorade advertisements where you call a timeout or the AI calls a timeout. And they'll say, hey, and now the players are going to go rehydrate with some Gatorade. And they actually go into this little spiel. Well, that's stuff that you would actually hear and see during a real NBA game. Yep. So I don't have a problem with it because, again, that immersion level goes up. When I go to an NBA game or I go to an NFL game, I'm going to see product placement everywhere. Yep. Right? That's what it is. You're going to see ads. You're going to see it along the court side, right? All that kind of stuff. So for me, again, that brings more realism into play, and I don't have an issue with those scenarios. Now, this is a business. Steel and I talk about this all the time, right? Why we're in the golden age of gaming is because more people are making more money than ever before in this industry. Okay. Number one entertainment industry in the world, above movies and sports. Okay. So we benefit by getting more games because it is a business. If there was no money to be made, we may not even have video games, right? Or we'd have very limited video games by a couple companies like we did back in the day when it was first created for kids and we had Atari, or we just had like Nintendo and Sega, and it was a cute little hobby, right? The reason why it's as big as it is now is because there could be money made in it. So I never disparage a company for wanting to make money. And if ad placement helps with free-to-play games like Steel was talking about, so be it. It helps. Again, I don't want intrusive, and I want it to make sense.
Right.
I don't want a Supreme branded Halo armor set. Okay. Although we could see that. We could see that because people will spend money on it. But to me, that's where it gets a little ridiculous. We talked about this last night because I made the joke. I said, God help Mav if they come out with a Louis Vuitton armor set in Halo, because he's going to be for it. They charge $100. He's going to be $100 poorer because Caitlin's going to go buy it. Okay. Period. Point blank. And it's going to happen. And she admitted it freely. So that's when I think we start running the risk where it is like, come on, okay, now we're over the top. But we've seen stuff like that in Call of Duty.
Still choice though, like
it's still choice. Day, like, but when I'm playing a match with Halo Spartans, I don't necessarily want to see that running around.
Supreme, he's flies, Pong, he's on it,
bro. That's where I think we can get into that. And here's what I'll say. I gotta get back to the money part. I was talking about. I know. I was talking about the business side of things. I do have an issue with the fact that these companies are making more money than ever before in history off of microtransactions already.
Right.
And we're on the console side, PC side of things always has ridiculous sales. They've got humble bundles. They've got all sorts of things where people can buy games ultra cheap.
Yeah.
We don't get that break on consoles.
No.
We never have gotten that break on consoles. And in fact, 2K making more money than ever before off their My Teams and off their advertising, right? Their advertising placement. They're still charging a current gen tax of $10 to get the series or PlayStation 5 versions of their sports games. To me, that's wrong. Give us the break somewhere. If you're going to have a full price game, again, we're not talking about free to play games here. We're talking about full price games. If you're going to monetize your full price game, you got to give us as the buyers a break somewhere. And you're not doing that at all.
Hey, Paul, you want an interesting stat?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know the average 2K player spends about $40 on a game on 2K.
I believe it
every year.
Yep, $40 on top of what they've paid to buy the game.
That's one person. Mm-hmm. And you know, a lot of people buy the $100 version of 2K.
Yep. Again, I'm guilty
still
because I'm guilty, but I didn't buy my game. Right, 2K, NBA 2K. I've won for the past 2 years, but I'm guilty at putting more money in. Again, NBA 2K22, I've spent now what, $90, almost $100 on it.
But somebody bought that game to give away, and now you've spent that additional funds hand over fist.
Yes,
that's literally hand over fist. You just made 100 and damn near almost 120% profit off of you. Because you wouldn't have been an investor if that wasn't the case. Like if it didn't work out that way. I mean, as you've said here and you've said other places that you were going to hold off on 2K unless you won.
Unless I won it.
Again, I mean, you're on a roll, but my fault.
And Tim, yes, I know we get sales, brother. Trust me, I'm a budget gamer. I'm always looking for the sales. And yes, I know in certain companies like Ubisoft, you can always expect their games to go on sale 50% within the first couple of months, especially the holiday releases, right? You know that Assassin's Creed is going on sale within 30 days to 60 days, right? They are famous for that stuff. I'm just saying overall, we are seeing a current gen tax on these games in a lot of areas. Gearbox did it with Tiny Tina's. Steel bought the wrong version, right? Because he didn't realize there was another that he had to buy the upgraded version to get the series.
Wasn't expecting that.
Series game. So again, that's my problem is the companies who are still monetizing the hell out of their games, but rarely give us the cutback on the full price game upfront day one. There's always going to be sales. 2K's games, yeah, they go on sale, but they're usually like a 25% discount, maybe. And that's usually 3 to 6 months down the road, especially their sports games. They milk the hell out of those games forever, right? So that's my problem. I like to see more breaks. PC gamers, and Steel will tell you flat out as a PC gamer that they get so many more sales. Like Steam is like ridiculous with their sales.
Why
right?
do you think that piracy is still a conversation to be having?
Correct.
Where do you think most of the piracy happens at, ladies and gentlemen?
Right. I know PC people love to like boast and everything, but come on, man, there's two sides to this world over here. Like, yeah, there's a legit way, and a lot of us do it the legit way, but there's a whole darker side to this. And why do you still think that's a conversation? Why do you think that this is even a play? Why do you think that they even want to keep charging? Because, man, I mean, they lose into some areas, but it still doesn't make it right at the end of the day, especially with how things have changed, right?
Right, exactly. So overall, again, I don't have a problem with non-obtrusive advertising. It's been happening for a long time now. And Microsoft, according to this article, is being very careful because they understand the backlash that they will get if they try to do anything intrusive. And they also said that it's going to be a select group of actual companies that are allowed to advertise. They're trying to make this extremely kind of exclusive club. If you want to advertise on Xbox, there's going to be, they're trying to not open it up to just anybody and everybody. So all of a sudden we get a Depends commercial for those long gaming sessions in the middle of Halo Infinite, right? That's not what we're looking for, right?
Yeah.
They are going to do this the right way. They're going to be respectful of the consumer. And again, if you're one of those people that say, I want no advertising whatsoever in any game that I pay for, in the games that have microtransactions where I'm buying things, I should not be subjective to advertising. I do feel you, and I understand your point of view. I do. I'm not saying you are wrong for feeling that way in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying kind of going forward, this is going to be kind of the future, because as we move more and more digital and all this kind of stuff, it just gets easier for these companies to find new revenue streams. And again, as long as we don't get to the point where I'm skipping through ads or I have to watch an ad like I do at the beginning of a YouTube channel without buying YouTube Premium, I'm okay with it. Again, if it makes sense.
Xbox Premium. I'm not buying PlayStation Premium, so I don't get ads.
No. But again, if they start doing anything that crosses that line, I will be back here every Saturday morning with Steel. I can guarantee you Steel and I will be talking about it nonstop. Okay. And I'll be on all my other shows that I do as well, talking about it. Okay. First and foremost. So again, I'm not excusing it. They're making more money than they ever have ever in the history. Yes, the games do cost more overall, although we heard Jack Tretton talk about how much it costs to get a game on the shelf in his article during the earlier days. But at the end of the day, if it means that I get more games and that my Game Pass subscription does not go up in price because Microsoft has found another revenue stream that does not affect my gameplay, and they can keep prices low, and they don't come with a current gen tax on top of their games, and they keep their games at $60 as well. Look, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Again, if they come the wrong way and they go left, we will be here to talk about it 100% on this show and others. Guaranteed.
No, that's 100%. I mean, again, it's definitely an interesting conversation to have. For me, I don't understand taking the console war approach about it, saying that Xbox is doing it. Look at Xbox. They take 3 steps forward. Well, if they take 1 step forward and 3 steps back, look what they're doing.
If you think PlayStation ain't looking into it, come on, man. Just because the article came out about Microsoft, if you don't think Nintendo's not thinking about it, if you don't think that PlayStation's not thinking about it, you got another thing coming. Let me tell you.
Bro, ladies and gentlemen, I don't like talking numbers like that, because in gaming, it shouldn't be about, numbers. I never understood that conversation. Like, I get it if you're talking about popularity or whatever, but when has popularity mattered in anything that you're passionate about, right? think like anime. There's anime. There's model building. There's cars. There's gaming. When has that stuff had to be popular for you to care about it as deeply as Marvel, DC? When has that stuff ever, comics? Did it have to be popular for you to be the one that was like in it? Have a key amount of people who are like in it? And I think that's really the thing.
Not for us, like, right? But for a certain group of people, yeah, I still think popular.
Popularity matters, but like, was that always the point though? Was that the reason why we were in it? Is it because it was popular?
Right.
No. Like, I understand that concept, but that's why we are here as the passionate. The people that are doing this are the passionate people who just want to put that energy into it. I 100% agree. 100%.
Stanley Francois in the house. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for dropping on in.
Somebody had a question earlier. Who was that? I believe it was Splendiferous. He said, still, Cyberpunk 2077 has sold 18 plus million copies. The Witcher 3 equals 40 million and 65 million as a franchise. Does this make Cyberpunk successful?
Let's talk about it. We can get into the CDPR stuff. Yeah, they launched those numbers this week. They came out. Go ahead, Steel. He presented it to you first, so you take this, man. Run with it.
He did. Look, I know. I'm gonna ask a simple question. How long does it take the average game to sell 15 to 20 million copies?
3 to 4 years.
How long did it take Cyberpunk?
Year and a half. Not even. Right around.
And that's regardless of the issues. This is, mind you, they updated the numbers for people who return the game. So this is not like, oh, these are made. No, they updated the numbers. They made sure to take that away from the overall sales and everything. They made sure to do that. That's honorable, by the way. Cyberpunk, again, like Pong was talking about, and he was coming very passionate. Again, someone who's put over 200 hours in the game, and Pong, so right here. Myself, I put right under 60, 70 hours into the game. We've both beat it. I beat it again more towards release. So I have that experience of when people were complaining about it having bugs, having issues, unable to play. I played it on PC when people said it had poor performance on PC. I was getting 60 frames, 1440p, playing it fine at the time. Cyberpunk has, for me at least personally, has solidified CD Projekt Red as a studio that knows how to make great games. And it's saying the great games is almost an understatement because they know how to make excellent games. Mind you, my only experience really with CD Projekt Red is Cyberpunk. Everybody says, oh, Witcher 3, Witcher 3, Witcher 3. I'm waiting for the Witcher 3 update. I'm thinking about jumping on it on PC because I've been seeing some really good deals. And of course, I can get the best performance there. But I don't know. I just been kind of waiting for that next gen upgrade. There's always something that comes with that upgrade that ends up making the game special. And that's one of the benefits to waiting to play single player games. It's the same way I felt about Mass Effect. The fact that I waited to play, was able to play every three in succession, like all three in succession. I think that's what made that IP top 5 for me. Honestly. I mean, along with the story, but who knows? Either way, CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk. Again, they've created a story. Jackie, as a character who wasn't even involved in the story like that.
Bro.
Like,
I didn't even touch on that, but yeah, we touched on that before.
Spoiler, but no spoiler. It's really not a spoiler. Like, it happens within like the first 10 minutes of the game. Like 15.
Well, you get a little bit. You get a little time with Jack.
It's more like the first, let's say first hour of the game. First hour. Depending on how you play it, whatever the game.
Depending on how you play it. I got a good probably 20 hours with Jackie.
Oh, you got a good 20 hours? Okay.
You know how I was playing the game, man. 280 hours on my first run, right?
Yeah.
So I spent a little bit more time.
So you spent a little bit more time with him. I see me on the opposite end. I felt like I didn't get enough time with him, right?
There's not enough time with Jackie, man.
Mind you, that's why I was giving that time, because it was about 30 minutes to an hour. Mind you, Cyberpunk was also one of those games for me why, even though I spent only 50 to 60 hours, 70 hours in the game, I don't regret that, or I don't see that as a little bit of time either, because when I play any game that I play it at my pace. So that the fact that the game drew me a certain direction, and honestly it didn't. I could have did whatever. But I was just, when I hopped into Cyberpunk, it was one of those things where I just let the game carry me wherever the game wanted to carry me. If I saw something, I would go there. Whatever the case may be, I would do those things. But I was so enthralled with the story, seeing how the story was going to continuously develop, especially after feeling like I missed out on like the first half of the game, even though there's really no missions really with Jackie, and you end up to find out. But I feel like I missed a whole portion of the game because he wasn't there. I still came away with so much story development, what they did, how they involved Keanu Reeves, and dude, and then the ending. Just going into the ending, I'm trying to talk about this without giving too many spoilers out, because I kind of want to talk about the entire story at this point. But I'm trying not to do that. But from start to finish, my overall point is, it was such an enticing story. It was a story that made me feel like I wanted to learn what was going to happen next. And that is very rare to see in a lot of games these days, where it's like you get into an open world game. That's part of one of my issues with Valhalla, is that, like, yeah, you have the main story, but it's Assassin's Creed. I kind of have this built up expectation, like I need to go adventure other places because there's better weapons and whatever else. And there's the same thing in Cyberpunk, but they did so well on blending the two together where you were getting good weapons and everything, but at the same time, they wanted you to be on pace with the story beats. They wanted to draw you in. They wanted you, like, every character that you met, like, especially when I met Pan Am and Judy, those two relationships are amazing to me too. Even though I went the Pan Am route, can't deny her. One of the best parts of the game. But and just that overall story development with that and how that ends up working out, even though it was kind of cliche, I ain't gonna lie. But they did a lot to draw out emotions. Again, we talk about how games need to feel, well, I know I do speak on all the time, there needs to be more detail. There needs to be, it needs to feel more alive. Cyberpunk seemingly did that for me, especially as a game. It's not a third-person game. It's only single player. There's not much else to it. I mean, I say there's not much else to it. There's an entire world there. But CD Projekt Red did really well with crafting it and making it feel like a futuristic world, although I know a lot of people may not end up feeling that way. No, is it doing something? Is it doing what was promised? No. But do I have any relation to to CD Projekt Red and have something like a Witcher 3 that I could draw back from and say, oh, this is what I'm expecting? I don't have that either. So to go into it just as a fresh experience, a new game, and mind you, I played on the hardest difficulty also. So that maybe that was another aspect to why I was drawn more towards the story, because every piece felt like I was going 100 miles an hour. Like, like it was at every time, and it was so consistent that the minor issues that I had, like when I had that cutscene that left me outside of the building, it was one of Judy's cutscenes. It left me outside of the building in my car when I was just inside of the building talking to her, and I missed out on that entire cutscene that I had to go on YouTube to watch to make sure that I caught up on that, even though I missed that. Even though I randomly, mid-drive, had my car go up the side of a wall. And then I got out and the car almost flipped back on me because I was trying to fix it and almost died. Random little glitches like that. It still was a top of the line single player experience. And I can also openly say, maybe it's just because I'm a Keanu Reeves fan. Maybe that's what it is. because I saw the common thing that I was seeing that, oh, Keanu Reeves didn't do much to bring this role alive. He's just being Keanu Reeves. Okay. I'm sorry that he just has this ambiance about him, or this maybe Keanu Reeves is just whatever character I think that he is. Like, I think that he's Neo every day. I think that he's the character that he played in this game every day. In every role that he ends up presenting himself in, I feel like he's that character. So it's like, it doesn't bother me that he's just being him, but it works in this world and it really brings it alive, especially if you've played the game. But that's how you tell whether people actually were invested or not. The people who actually played the game and didn't. Because if you actually went through the story beats and everything, then you understand the character development that is there. You understand why he's a unique character and what he what he brought into the story, especially as you get into the end. Everything starts to click for you. You're like, dude, what is going on right now? I'm gonna have to make like decisions that I wasn't expecting to make. Needless to say, my whole point with that is that CD Projekt Red has solidified as to me as one of those studios that I'm gonna be on the lookout for. They do have me interested in I've been wanting to jump into Witcher 3 for a while after playing that game. But it's just like, there's also other games to play. And from what I've heard from Witcher, it is kind of, I'm not going to say scary, but it's one of those things where when you know, it's not just one, two people, it's a common knowledge that that game goes over well beyond 100 hours. It's like, okay, is this going to be another Valhalla experience to me? Or is that game better? Is it just way better than that? I'm going to get lost in it. And now this is the only game that I'm playing when I have other games that I'm invested in currently, right? So again, playing that fine line. It's a game that is in my backlog. I'm definitely excited to jump into it because I want to see where that consistency at. Why do people love Witcher 3 so much? And I want to be able to give my opinion on that. So again, OCD, again, in chat, Witcher 3, it's amazing. I want to find that out, but it's just about finding the time for it. But again, even with just Cyberpunk, I feel like they've definitely solidified their spot as at least being on a studio that's on the lookout. And I want them to be able to I want them to be under somebody, a publisher who's going to give them time, who's going to let them create their game. And I feel like that was something that was missed out on with CD Projekt Red, with this time around with Cyberpunk. It does seem to be a consistent thing because the Witcher games had that too, because Witcher didn't release in the best state. I remember that very vividly. But I think with more support, we're looking at a top of the line. This is a top of the line studio, I think, personally. So that's kind of how I feel about that. And Cyberpunk is a successful game. So. What do you think?
That was pretty impressive.
Was it?
You did your Cyberpunk breakdown over a question of whether or not it was successful, and then you ended it perfectly with, yes, it was a success. It was awesome. I love that.
I mean, there's no better way to break it down because,
I know. I
want people to understand what the game actually did for me.
Right, exactly.
And we're going to come from two different perspectives already, and this is time.
There's a lot to take into account when you ask that question: was Cyberpunk successful? Right? There's a lot still because the hype surrounding this game internally for CD Projekt Red, right? And what they pumped this game out for, and they teased it, 7, almost 8 years prior to it releasing at the end of the day. Internally, I think it's a failure. Internally, I think it's a disappointment. I think that internally, they probably saw this being a 20 to 30 million seller within the first year. And as crazy as that may sound, because we talk about other games never reaching close to that mark being a success, right? But with the resources and the time and the hype that they built around this game, I think internally to the investment group, to the board, in spite of all their mistakes that they made, that they put devs through hell to get this game out, I think internally that it was a failure. I could sit back and say, God damn, 18 million in the first year and a half or so. Great number, right? For a brand new IP, like that's like off the chart. If a brand new IP comes out and sells 5 to 10 million, that's usually successful. That's like, wow, okay, they've got something great on their hands here, right? This is going to be a future franchise. We can see this coming from a mile away. We've seen this with the Souls games, right? And From Software and what they did eventually. But it took them how many games, right? To get to that point, to hit the magic formula.
Different games.
right. Different style games, all different new IP, Bloodborne, Sekiro, all those games. Armored Core. Right. It takes studios a long time, but with the Witcher 3 success, right, and them hitting 40 million, like, bro, that is ridiculous. Witcher 3 has had legs that nobody saw coming because The Witcher 3 came out in not a great state as well. But they fixed it really early, dropped DLC really early, gave back to the community really early, and made The Witcher 3 what it is today. And obviously, having a Netflix show helps those legs as well, gets more people interested in your IP that maybe before people heard about as a gamer, but I don't want to, but they watch the show and go, okay, now I'm ready to jump into Witcher 3. I want to see what this is all about. That helps. But 40 million is a gigantic number for any franchise. I mean, again, we're talking Skyrim levels here, right? We're talking, Grand Theft Auto is on a whole nother level, as we all know. But those numbers don't come around often. So The Witcher 3 by far is their greatest success. Cyberpunk, again, from the outside looking in, I can sit back and say 18 million is a great number for all the troubles that they had. But again, their pre-orders, their first month was already at 13 million. Right? 12, 13 million is what they announced their first month with pre-orders. So it's slowed down dramatically, of course, as we all know, it's expected. They've also had sales, like $5 sales, right? For a while there before the holidays, it was at $10, right? Yeah. And so they've only sold 5 million over the next year and 4 months. Well, that's a big, massive slowdown. And that's due to their own internal problems that they created. So, yeah, from the outside, I say 18 million on a brand new IP. Yes, it's a success. I just hope internally, Steel, that this is a big enough success that they want to continue this franchise. Because I'm afraid this is a one and done, and I'm going to be highly disappointed here if that's the case, because as you and I have talked about so many times on the show, again, this game deserves more. This world deserves more. They deserve to go back to this world without having to worry about old technology that obviously they built a game that was way, way beyond what the old tech could handle in the PS4 and the Xbox One gen. And they built something special, but they forced it. They shoehorned it in to those old systems and created all worlds of problems for themselves. They had to take resources to go fix everything. They got pulled from the PlayStation Store, on and on and on. We know the history of Cyberpunk now at this point. But to me, internally, do they go back and invest in a second game? Do they see the potential that we do as people who love the game? And there's more of us out there than is known. There's a lot of people who don't want to talk about Cyberpunk on social media because of the backlash. Yeah. Because they're still afraid of all the hate train that rolls around when anybody posts something about Cyberpunk. Thankfully, nobody's jumped into my timeline yet. I've been ready anytime I post something about Cyberpunk for somebody coming in. Me too. I've been ready. But at the same time, it hasn't happened. But I've seen plenty of people who do post stuff about Cyberpunk that still people roll in that never have touched the game, that just spew the same nonsense that was spewed from day one when it came out broken.
Stop listening to those people, man.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
I can tell.
Absolutely. But I just hope CD Projekt Red understands that they do have something special here. Right. And again, I there's been other people that have tried it that have legit criticisms of it. Dealer says it doesn't feel like a CD Projekt Red game. I mean, he flat out come out on his show and said he couldn't play it anymore because it doesn't feel like a CD Projekt Red game. I can't understand where he's coming from. I don't know what that is, but hey, that's gamers. Not every game is for everybody.
Maybe
It's
I'll
somebody
feel that
that
way after Witcher 3.
Right.
I don't know.
Maybe. But the point being is I just want CD Projekt Red to reinvest in this, but I don't know internally if they will. Now, there's been some positive signs. Paul Tassi wrote a Forbes article yesterday as well that came out talking about Cyberpunk, that he thinks that the DLC being pushed to 2023 and them saying that it's going to be a big expansion. We had heard early on that they were talking about 2 major expansions. He thinks that they are only going to do this one and they're going to move on. That this is the one and only expansion we are going to have for Cyberpunk in 2023. And then they're putting all their resources into The Witcher, the new Witcher, which they announced for Unreal. Right. And he also thinks that if what they said originally, they originally said, even after it launched and Cyberpunk had all the issues and they were going through all that turmoil, they did come out and say that the future plans were that Cyberpunk and Witcher would be worked on side by side, that the next iterations of both, they planned on having these franchises continue together, and they were going to not just focus all on Witcher like Bethesda. Bethesda's a perfect example. They focus on one game, right? Starfield, then Elder Scrolls 6, then Fallout. That's why everybody's like,
got your third person game, and then you got your first person game.
Right. But again, that's why a lot of devs do it, right? But CD Projekt Red has said they're going to work on both these side by side. So I guess we'll find out sooner than later if that's true. But Paul Tassi does believe we're only going to get one expansion for this game. I think this was a success. I think that Cyberpunk will continue to have legs. I don't think it's going to have Witcher 3 legs, but I do see it at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, finishing out at probably right around 25 million. Okay. And I see another 7 million in sales after they launch the DLC. If it continues, if the DLC is classic CDPR DLC and it's like a whole nother game, which is like what The Witcher 3 was. There's people who still to this day claim that some of the Witcher DLC was better than the main game.
See, what's curious to me is how are they going to bring the DLC out? Like, is it going to be after the story? Because depending on what ending you got, like, how do you move forward? You know what I'm saying? Or do they pull you back before?
Well, Steel, which ending did you choose? Did you do the secret ending?
No, for me,
the ultra secret ending. Okay.
No, for me, me and Pan Am. It was just basically I rode off into the sunset.
Okay, so you chose the Pan Am ending. Okay. Bro, the secret ending?
Isn't that the one where with the casino?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There is a continuation if they want to.
I know that. But
if
you didn't go that direction, though.
If you didn't go that direction. So, but again, the world's so expansive, they could bring in a whole brand new, fresh story, right? They could go a whole different route. Different characters. They could have different life choices in the beginning. You could go a lot of routes because basically, again, the world that they've built here gives them a lot of options, right? Now, would it necessarily be something that everybody wants to see if you fell in love with V and you wanted to continue that kind of storyline? No. But I think that they could.
That's the other thing too, because if you, depending on how you took the story, V might not end up the same.
Correct. So I think that gives them options, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if they're going to move to Unreal 5 and they do good work on Unreal 5 and they can confidently say, look, the next Cyberpunk is not going to have the issues we had. We learned our lessons. We're not going to force something that's not going to work. I think we could see another one. And I think they could give this franchise the real go that it deserves. And I think the next one could even be more successful than this one, obviously. Right. But I think 25 million is a good number that this one will settle in at. And I think that, again, internally, it may not be the numbers they expected. I think they probably expected Witcher 3 numbers at the end of the day for this 40 million plus. Don't think they're going to hit those marks, but I think that there's enough there that if they go back to it and they do it right the second time, people will come. Cyberpunk is a beloved genre. It's not an overused genre. I think as we get through, the aesthetic, as we go into this generation, as the tech has gotten better, I think we're going to see more of that. Again, sci-fi, cyberpunk are too underutilized because the tech for what you have to create in those worlds, it's not as easy as high fantasy, right? That's why we saw so much high fantasy. You don't have all the technology aspects, right? The spaceships, the laser guns, all the generic stuff that we know comes with.
As we move into the future, there's less rocks and mountains.
Right. Exactly. There's more giant cities and that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, exactly, so I think we will get more of those games, but I think Cyberpunk is a unique situation where I think they can take advantage of it. And I think the next game will be great if they decide to do it. And like I said, if they're going to do what they said they were going to do, and it might be a little off now with them having to put so much into this game to get it to where it is now, plus focusing on the DLC. And if it's as massive as, again, CD Projekt Red DLC is known for, if they're creating a whole new story, and this is going to be another, maybe not 280 hours for me, but let's say I get another 80 to 100 hours out of the DLC.
Right.
Well, okay, then that's basically another full game they're giving me. At that point, maybe they have already started on Witcher development. Maybe then the next Cyberpunk is a year or a year and a half difference in there. They're not going to work on them side by side, but there's a year and a half difference there between the production. I'm okay with that. Again, I just want to see another Cyberpunk, but I think that this, from a general standpoint, Cyberpunk is still can be considered a success at 18 million. I think internally it probably was a disappointment. But I think overall, I think it's a success. I think they've seen enough positive feedback from the fixes, from the patches. I think they know they have a very solid foundation fan base wise of Cyberpunk that they can build off of, despite all the issues. And the negativity and the hate trains. I think they can come back and do another one. So I think this is a success, and I think we will see another one at the end of the day.
Now, I think that's a perfect way to transition into, because we weren't able to talk about it last week, and I think that's kind of great because there was another article that came out this week about the Witcher 3's next-gen update being pushed back. Again, I just spoke on it a little bit earlier that that's one of the things I was waiting on to get that next gen update to see what they add and everything else. And I know they're going to do a lot of updates to the textures and everything. But it was an article made by The Verge by Jay Peters. The article came out that said The Witcher 3's next-gen update isn't in development hell, according to CD Projekt Red. And I figured this would be a perfect way to transition because that question it was actually that you asked was actually something that goes right into this. Because initially, when we heard that announcement that it was getting pushed back, I saw a lot of negativity with it. Again, people saying that it was in development hell. So then to see this article come out, this came out April 15th of 2022, for future reference. To see this article come out by The Verge, I thought was extremely interesting because there was some good points made in this article that actually has some statements that came from the devs themselves. So I'm going to get into here. Again, this is made by The Verge. So, CD Projekt Red, CDPR as they call it, announced on Wednesday that the next-gen update for The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt would be delayed. But the company insists it's not some sort of development hell via Polygon. As part of the delay announcement, CDPR said that the update will miss its planned quarter two release and that the studio will move development of the update in-house. CDPR did not announce a new release date or even an expected timeline, which led to some publications, including The Verge, to write that the game has been delayed indefinitely. CDPR's SVP of Business Development, Michael Nowakowski, took issue with the characterization in an investor call this week. He says, when it comes to the next-gen launch of Witcher 3, I think there's one comment I actually wanted to make. And then they had a timestamp for that. Let me actually pull that up for you all, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, so you guys can see that. Get back to this article. He goes on to say, I've been looking at headlines that popped up here and there over the internet, and I've seen one that really drew my attention, which is Witcher 3 next gen delayed indefinitely, which sounds like the game is in some sort of development hell. I want to state that this is not the fact. There's been a lot of insinuations that we were going to launch in June of next year or something like that. That's completely not the case. Will he stop short of giving details on when we might be able to play the update? The next comment suggests that it may not be too far off. Nowakowski goes on to say, everything we're saying is we have taken development of the game in-house, which we also heard recently. The game is going to be finished in-house and we are evaluating our time. That requires a bit of investigation, and that's all we're saying. Nobody's saying the game is delayed in some monumental time gap ahead of us. Again, you can say that this is just business talk. He's just saying what he needs to say to appease the people. To me, it kind of came across the way that he pointed that out. Again, they pointed out they timestamped it and everything, the video of the interview that he did and everything. For him to point out that specific statement and say that that's something that was bothering him, at least to me, that they're getting things under control, because that was the other thing. Another big piece of when Cyberpunk came out that people were complaining about or just up in arms about is that there's no management there. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody can get in control of anything, and that's why we were having all the issues that we were having with Cyberpunk. So you could tell that there's something going on internally. They probably have adjusted some things over the years. They're really straddling down, but it peeved him. So he wanted to make sure to come out and kind of correct some things. Again, when you're running a business, you're running a team, you're a manager of whatever the case may be, you're the boss guy. You have to say some of these things to make sure that people just don't run with whatever. Again, they have enough riding on their coattails at the second anyway, enough working against them. Again, you have a lot of people who believe that CDPR isn't what they used to be, or just haven't been able to prove themselves, where they're just a company that can have only put out one good game. So there's just a lot of stigma that's riding behind them. So it just shows me, again, there's that human element there, man. At the end of the day, there's still people who are working on these games. It's not like there's just some AI who's just putting the game together and saying, here, coding's off. Oh, you guys are pissed. Shut up. No, it's none of that. It's still human, real, actual people who are developing these games. And they're allowed to feel some type of way. And again, I'm pretty sure that he wants to make sure to get a good product out there. All the stuff that he's probably seen about Cyberpunk probably hasn't been the greatest thing. Again, people are judging your art all the time. People are going to have opinions, and some people are going to be able to take that better than others. And I can only imagine if I work on a game for almost a decade and people are like, your game's fucking trash. Oh, it's garbage. Oh, who cares about those updates? You've only made one good game. Like, damn, I just released 3 other games. So fuck those games. Like, damn. But again, it is what it is. Pong, how are you feeling about this whole thing? Again, does it kind of just lead into what CD Projekt has going on? Do you agree with the people, or do you agree with this article where he's kind of coming out and saying, we're not in development hell, man. We're figuring things out, getting it all together, kind of leading to some of the statements you were speaking on earlier.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be, the subject is touchy because we kind of know that Saber Interactive was the ones that were doing the update. And Saber Interactive, for anybody who doesn't know, is an American company. Yeah. They just so happen to have devs around the world. Yeah. The main devs that were working on this update were located in Russia. Okay, look. I'm not going to get into the political side of things here because this is not the show for it at all.
Yeah.
At all. Okay. What I am going to say is that the devs have nothing to do what happened in Ukraine. Okay. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to do with it. I have a supreme problem with any companies. Well, I'm going to get a little political here, but again, I'm just going to make this statement because it's my point. I have a supreme problem with any companies that act like sovereign nations who decide to take actions against the people of a country because of what their government happens to be doing. And that includes this situation here. I have a problem with every single company who has made a decision to do something that affects the regular everyday people that are just trying to live life that have nothing to do with their government's decisions. I also have a problem with companies out here that do this virtue signaling, meanwhile stand by, are silent, and continue to do business with a place like China, who literally has 2.5 million people locked up in their own city, starving to death over a germ, okay, that they helped create. Okay, that's my final statement on it. I have a problem with companies acting like something that they're not and hurting regular people, everyday Joe people like me, Steele, and the rest of the people listening to the show right now when a government makes a choice. Okay, I have a problem with that. Okay, so I do not agree with them pulling it from the Saber Interactive team in Russia and causing this delay. I'm always for delays. If things need to be done to make things right, I'm all for it. I'm waiting on this patch to play The Witcher 3. 100%. Again, for anybody who hasn't heard me, I've said this many times. This is one of my gamer admissions. One of those ones that a lot of people like to hide in the closet. Look, Witcher 3, I have tried two or three times now. I have probably 30 to 40 hours total between all those times in. I love the story. Love everything about it. Again, CD Projekt Red is some of the best world building and character development ever. I love everything, but always at the end of the day, I fell off the game because of the combat. I could not get into the combat. So I'm waiting on this current gen patch to try it one final time and see if I can get into it.
And that point, just to jump in real quick, that is something that has been kind of a deterrent, because as many people say that the game is good, just as many people I've heard say that same thing. The combat's kind of whatever. And I'm huge about combat. My fault, but go ahead.
Yeah, no. And that's my whole, it's never clicked with me the way it should. And that's why I've always fell off The Witcher 3. Again, I hear everybody's opinions. I've watched plenty of videos. I got the whole breakdown. I mean, I know the story front, left, and center, because I'm for those of you, I'm not one of those people that get spoiled by things. I don't care. I used to read. I was a voracious reader. I consumed tons of books. I would always read the last page of the book, right? to start out. Yeah. I'm not one of those people like that gets spoiled just because I hear endings or whatever the case may be. So I want to jump back into Witcher 3. So I'm excited. The delay is the delay. It is what it is. Like I said, I don't agree with the reasons behind it. If that's all the reasons behind it, I think that's truly probably is the one and only reason why this is getting delayed. So I don't agree with it there. But again, I'm not going to sit and complain. We got plenty to talk about. The Witcher 3 patch was supposed to come around the same time as Starfield, the same thing with the DLC for Cyberpunk. So I'm not sad because I'm not leaving Starfield. Okay. Starfield 11/11/22 comes around. I don't care what else shows up. I'm playing Starfield, and I'm going to be playing Starfield for a very long time. So I was not upset by that. I can wait. I got plenty to play in the meantime. But overall, again, I don't think this is development hell. I don't think this has anything to do with the Cyberpunk situation. They had already outsourced it. I just think it has to do with the world issues and the decision that they made internally as a company. It is what it is. Again, don't agree with it, but I think everything's fine when it comes to this. CD Projekt Red are great developers, and they take their time with things, but they're generally, before Cyberpunk, The Witcher 3 came out broken, but they got it out in a relatively, I think there was only one delay, if I remember, on Witcher 3. Maybe there wasn't even one. I think there was one delay on Witcher 3. They're pretty good. And again, they're experienced. They know what they're doing. So I don't see this as any signs as to anything other than what we just spoke about.
Yeah, 100%. Again, we'll see what happens. We'll see what, again, I am kind of up and down about that. J Rock in the chat said, Pong, it's not, combat's not going to be better, but it's just going to look better.
I know, Jay, but I really do want to play because, like I said, I love the story. I love the characters involved. So I want to experience everything that everybody else got to experience on The Witcher 3.
Another thing too is you probably played it when it was 30 FPS, right?
Yeah, 30 FPS. Yeah, it was 30 FPS. So input lag is going to be better. Maybe I'll be better at it with the combat. Maybe I'll get it this time. Maybe it'll click. I'm not one of those gamers that just says, no, not for me. I'm not going to go back to it. There are certain games that I will continuously try to get back into again if I have a great interest. And The Witcher 3, I definitely have a great interest in.
Yeah, facts. So I definitely feel that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Steel.
Jacob Novik said he beat Macros. Hey, he was just talking about that final boss earlier. Nice.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah, bro. Welcome to the second part of the story.
yeah, which is cool. Which is really different too.
Yeah,
which is awesome.
Oh, what are you gonna say?
No. Before we leave, I don't know if you were leaving CD Projekt Red. I'm assuming you were. I want to get your take a little bit here on some speculation town. We're gonna go check out the rainbows and the unicorns and Sunny and 75. Okay. I'm gonna take us this route because Mav and I had an interesting discussion on PM and the PM, and there's been some smoke floating around, some Sony speculation floating around. Acquisition season is back, brother. So I want to get your real take because we're on CD Projekt Red. Jeff Grubb came out this, I believe it was this week, and on one of his shows, and again confirmed that what he heard, and he said he wouldn't write an article about it, he wouldn't put his name to it because, again, it was all just stuff that he's hearing behind the scenes.
Right.
That Sony does have an acquisition coming up here, right? And it's going to be announced at some point sooner than later. And of course, we heard the early stuff this week, the Kojima stuff, of course. This was fantastic this week with the Death Stranding picture showing up in the Sony banner. For anybody who doesn't know, Death Stranding appeared in the Sony banner on their website. Everybody ran with it. So that's it. Kojima's packing up shop. We know he just moved out of his studio and he's moving to Sony headquarters. Sony has finally put a ring on that finger and he is now a part of Sony. Well, of course, Kojima himself just came out the other day and tweeted out and said, sorry about the confusion, but no, Kojima Productions is and will remain independent. Okay. So he played out all the rest. All these people had made podcasts out of it, videos out of it, whatever else. Okay. So, but the Kojima smoke was out there, but still, I've had this inkling and I've kind of come on board. I'm not the first one to approach this. I've heard this in passing on other shows, and I don't know if it was by mistake, but people who do know things have said this openly and then played it off later as a joke or whatever the case may be. But it got my mind rolling. And for the past 3 to 6 months, I kind of have been on board with this thought. So I wanted to get your thoughts on it. Jeff Grubb came out and said that the acquisition he is hearing about that Sony potentially could be doing is bigger than Kojima. Okay. All right. Well, again, you could take bigger in a lot of different ways. Kojima doesn't have a huge studio. It's about 100 employees. So, you can look at it from that standpoint, or you could look at it bigger than Kojima's name, which then puts it in another level in a lot of ways because Kojima is pretty damn big in this industry, no matter what you think of him. I've been on this train, Steel, in the background that Sony could be the ones to pick up CD Projekt Red at the end of the day. Now, let me lay out a couple of my thoughts, and then I'll let you take over and tell me if I'm wrong, tell me if I'm crazy, tell me if you whatever. Just give me your opinion on it. CD Projekt Red makes sense for Sony in a lot of different ways. Number one, CD Projekt Red value has dropped. They're hitting right around, I think it's about $4.5 billion is their market cap. So they're within Sony's range. Okay. They are a publisher. Okay. They make high quality games that are highly rated. Remove Cyberpunk's last gen version and you've got yourself a 90 plus game, okay? According to reviewers, which is what Sony puts an emphasis on for their studios, okay? Sony themselves, I understand, pulled the game from their store. So this would get really funny if that was the case, if this actually happens. But again, at the end of the day, CD Projekt Red, Witcher 3, Cyberpunk, both high quality games. They fill a need for Sony because Xbox has gobbled up the majority of Western RPG developers, big Western RPG developers. Those games are highly important for a subscription service for engagement, which we know, Sony's again, Spartacus turned out to be what we thought it was going to be, which is just a rebrand of what they currently have. But we all feel that Sony's eventually going to move into the space of subscriptions like Game Pass, and they're going to attempt to make their own version. So they need diversity in their games. You can't have one and done games in a subscription service. That's not sustainable.
Right.
You know, again, Jim Ryan saying it's not sustainable because they can't pour money into those games because they're not going to make any money off their subscription. Well, that's not necessarily true. What I'm saying is you can't just have a bunch of one and done games and subscription service. Otherwise, you're going to have people checking in and checking out, which we talked about before. So you need engagement games. You need RPGs that cause people to stay and invest hundreds of hours into while they're subscribing to your service. Plus, like I said, Xbox now basically has cornered the market on Western RPGs, which has become one of the most popular genres in the world. And again, I'm not talking about the outliers like an Assassin's Creed and those kind of things, but that was another discussion that went around the community that was funny this week of whether or not Horizon is a RPG. I'm talking about the standardized. Yeah. I'm talking about the standardized idea of Western RPGs that we think about. Your Cyberpunks, right? Your Elder Scrolls, right? Those types of games. You need those games. And Xbox has nearly all of them. BioWare, and we don't know what BioWare's, they're a shadow of their former selves. We don't know if they're going to get it back together. BioWare is the only other name outside of CD Projekt Red that Xbox doesn't own that does big Western RPGs. Okay. So it fills that need as well. Sony also has moved into the PC space. We know that, right?
Right.
They want to obviously increase their movement into the PC space because it's another revenue stream. Jim Ryan knows this. He's laid the groundwork. With CD Projekt Red, people forget that CD Projekt Red owns GOG, G-O-G, which is all things considered a very, very successful storefront on PC.
Yeah.
If they bought CD Projekt Red, they would have their own storefront, which they could move their games to, their first party titles for an exclusive period of time, and they wouldn't be paying any fees to anybody else. They would be taking all the money, all the revenue would be coming through because they would own GOG, right?
Yeah.
They would have a presence in the PC market, okay, right alongside Epic and Steam. They would have a presence that they currently don't have whatsoever, okay? Xbox, they've got Windows. Again, I know it's not the Windows game store sucks. Everybody tells me this, and I'm not a PC gamer, but everybody tells me that it has its issues.
I understand why. I understand.
I know, but people do generally say that they sucks. But whatever. I'm just saying that Sony would then also have a PC presence. Their studio, CD Projekt Red, is full of talented devs. We talked about this nonstop. Full of talented devs. Underneath Sony's umbrella, they would be given the freedom, the time that you were just talking about, Steel, to make their games right. They would be given that time to make sure that those home runs were coming out. And Sony, again, has shown in the past, they don't care about time frames per se, but CD Projekt Red now is big enough that they are working on multiple projects at one time, which fits into the new Sony as well. We know Naughty Dog is expanding. Naughty Dog's working on at least 2 projects right now, probably 3. You probably got the next Last of Us. You got Factions as a standalone, and they're supposedly working on an RPG themselves, a high fantasy RPG. They're making their studios bigger. They're going to be working on multiple projects at one time. CD Projekt Red has that ability out the gate.
Yeah.
So CD Projekt Red makes a lot of sense here, Steel. And it's one of those under the radar purchases, acquisitions that not a lot of people have been talking about or seeing, but that Sony would do and make, right? And it would be kind of it would be a Bungie type deal, Steel. Let me add that as well. My thinking. It would be a Bungie type deal. The Witcher, any future Cyberpunk would remain multi-plat. Any new IPs, just like Xbox and Bethesda, any new IPs would be exclusive, right? So it'd be a Bungie type deal. CD Projekt Red still gets to kind of run themselves, publish all that kind of stuff, kind of control their own destiny. But it would benefit Sony because they would have the first rights to those games, and those games would drop into their service and offer value to their customers and entice people to come on over. What do you think, Steel? What do you think?
Oh, man. Hey, you bring up some interesting things right there. Do I think that Sony is going to acquire Project Red, or because they have some relationship? Because The game was taken off of the marketplace. Now they've worked so hard to get back in the good graces of Sony to make sure that the game can be put out there. I mean, even in this article, I pulled up an article from VGC that's going over CD Projekt Red says it has a friendly relations with Sony following Cyberpunk's 2077's PlayStation Store removal. And this came out on April 13th of 2021. And no other like recent news. I know people have saying, I know Jeff Grubb, I hadn't had a chance to listen to that, but you're saying that there's some smoke out there for that. And I guess it could be very well possible. The only thing is, I feel like it'd be more of a play to put into your new subscription service. You know, something to advertise it. Hey, we have CD Projekt Red going straight into PS Now or PS whatever that you're gonna want to end up calling it. It could definitely be a play for that. I don't know. From the numbers that I can find so far, it looks like CD Projekt Red's worth is still around $2 billion from what it's looking like.
Their market cap is like 4.5.
So 4.5.
Yeah.
So that would put them up around there. Is Sony really willing to make that type of a purchase for a studio who puts games out every 6 years? 7 years? But
they're transitioning supposedly to more than that, right? They're going to work on multiple games, and you got to remember they get the revenue stream from GOG as well, right? That's why they paid what they paid for Bungie supposedly, right?
But is Sony going to really give them the time and money to do that though? Coming off the heels of supposedly not doing well this time around? After all the time and investment that's been put into this one, the investors weren't happy with this game. That's what we've heard. I mean, now who knows? I mean, money goes around, people can be made happy, but I just, not saying that it's impossible. And don't want to discredit anybody or anything like that. I just personally, at that price, I don't know if it's worth enough just to say that you have a Western RPG company. I don't know if that's worth it enough for me, just for that stigma. CD Projekt Red I do think is a solid studio, but I don't think that the pedigree of Bungie, at least as far as expertise goes. You bring Bungie in because Bungie has been able to do cross-platform.
Oh yeah, no, Bungie brought its
service. Hey,
no, Steel, you're right. Bungie brought its own sort of expertise, right? Bungie was very specific for very specific reasons. We talked about that here as well, too, right? That they give Sony not a head start, because Xbox is way ahead of them in certain areas when it comes to games of service, multiplayer, online, crossplay, all of that kind of stuff. But it gives them a leap forward from where they are having Bungie's knowledge in-house, right? For sure. That's a different set. CD Projekt Red gives them a couple different, that's why I try to sell it on you. And I'm not trying to sell you now because again, it's just, it's speculation, Town. It's just for fun. I just see some fits to the puzzle in some ways. That's all. That's all. I just want to,
I mean, 100%. I mean, and I'm always going to give kind of my take and my opinion on how I would look at the situation. I just, for that price, like, I can understand you paying that for Bungie. And again, people are going to say, oh, that's still too much or whatever the case. Like, again, y'all don't understand the bigger picture. There's a reason why you would want to do that and pay premium if it ends up paying off for you. That's the whole thing. And that's what we're waiting to see, if it's going to pay off, or if it's just completely to an advantage to Bungie overall, because it is a crazy deal. But just for CD Projekt Red, I just feel like it just isn't enough. Yes, it's a great studio and everything, but there isn't enough on the table to be necessarily worth it to you. Unless you're going to throw in there, hey, can you redo a Metal Gear Solid or something like that, or whatever other game for us, so you can at least have something else coming out in the meantime, between time, because we're coming into an era where we need to have more coming. Like the return of investment. It's not the same for Sony as it is for Microsoft. Or, you know, it'll be different. Like, I could really see it happening if it was Microsoft saying, hey, CD Projekt Red, we know y'all, we know your talent, we know you do great things. Maybe you just need some more financial backing, which we know is a fact for CD Projekt Red, where that always becomes an issue or a thing for them, that financial aspect of it, that would make a little bit more sense for me, because they can remain themselves, do whatever they need to do. I'm not saying that they can't happen with Sony. I just feel like it's less likely, just because of the current kind of standards.
I get it.
I think
just one of the.
I think the play is going to be bigger than that, honestly.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think Sony's I'm trying to do something bigger than that.
I'm trying to think. I mean, again, Square Enix is the obvious, but that doesn't.
That's obvious, but I feel like that's not. That wouldn't be like, oh my god. But Final Fantasy is not what it used to be. It's good,
right? That's what I'm saying. I mean, the outside of the. I mean, we've talked about all the other big ones, but the big ones, when you get past Square Enix, when you get past CD Projekt Red, Sega's, I don't believe is in play.
No, not at all.
But you get to then you get to Capcom.
That's what I was thinking. That's exactly
Capcom's the only one that would be out of the blue and big and be like, oh my god,
and it would make sense.
Because we said that about Xbox. If Xbox were to get Capcom, it would be unbelievable too. It would, but it would make sense from Sony's standpoint. Looking at the rest, Capcom would be the one that moves.
And look at the history.
Yeah, right. The history, the IP, all of it. The position that Capcom's currently in, how far they've come back. Again, but Sony's going to be having to pay an ultra premium on Capcom because they're on top. Whereas an Activision Blizzard for Xbox is down at the bottom, and CD Projekt Red has lost nearly 2/3 of their peak value. They've come back, they bounced back, but they're still almost 2/3 down from their peak. So you're not buying low. Capcom, you're buying high, plus the industry premium right now because of everything that's going on with the consolidation. Bro, they're going to be paying a lot for Capcom, but
bigger return on investment, though.
It would move. I mean, it would move people. That's for sure. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I understand why. I just don't know if Sony can. Oh man, I mean, they can, but again, I just don't know if they would.
There's a lot of conversations happening, and Sony's going a couple different ways. That's what's making this interesting, because I really want to see what Sony's going to do. For me personally, I know people who are investing in that ecosystem, they have things to look forward to, whatever the case may be. But I'll just be honest, I still have nothing that I'm like, oh, I need that, other than Spider-Man 2, and I don't know where Factions is at. And unless Gundam Breaker 4 is about to come out tomorrow or within the next year or so, I think that's still going to sway me a lot. It's still going to keep me away from that. But people who are invested in that ecosystem and care about that, I just want them, I want there to be a better advantage, right? Because as we're just going to see as we move further into 2023, 2024, games start dropping consistently, more games come out, more games going into development, there's more places to play your games. The fact that you can play games on a web browser right now is like dumbfounding to me. You could literally sign in through the cloud, sign in to Xbox, boom, you can play a game. That's dumbfounding to me. The fact that you can do it on a phone, tablet, whatever the case, and that's only going to grow as technology grows. And again, we know we mentioned quantum computing and everything here, and we're not far off. And it takes one thing to change, like this whole SSD situation. It was one guy that came up with an idea for how to implement the SSD strategy in both systems. Mind you, on different teams, but they came up, and they have teams behind them too. But it took, I'll just say, a group of people to come up with one thing to make the storage strategy for consoles ahead of the game, on par with what you can get with a PC. And that's in an SSD solution. Wow, where are we at right now? And then games are continuously improving. What we're seeing from Unreal Engine 5, what we're seeing from the newer engines that are releasing and that are currently in development. Again, there's so much growth that can happen now, especially I know there's conversations about, oh, there may be a new Xbox in development. There's always new systems in development. I don't think it's going to be a replacement console. Again, I'm still of the mind, I can see them releasing a Series X without a disk drive. But you don't really need to release a Series X Plus or Series S, XX, like people have said. I literally do not see any reason for that. I understand that chips are getting smaller and everything, more smaller form factor, sure. But I definitely think it's going to be more of the lines of, instead of like what we saw with our last generation, more like when you go from PS3 fatback to slim, or you go from 360 normal to slim, or things like that. Where it's
Steel, let's talk about that. Now you brought this up. Let's talk about this, because there was news that the chip, that Xbox is working on smaller, more efficient. Yeah, I like that segue, brother. Let's do this, because this is an interesting conversation, because again, this goes into the momentum that Xbox currently has,
right,
and how they're going. And again, the news has been dry for Xbox, to some people, because Activision Blizzard kind of put a hold on everything, and they've gone real quiet for a lot of different reasons right now. But let's talk about this. Some news came out this week that Xbox is, this happens every gen. This is not a mid-gen refresh.
Right.
What they're doing is technology moves forward, people, even during a pandemic. And guess what? They are now working to get the chips more efficient, smaller. I think they're going down to 5 nanometer, right? I'm not the tech guy. 5. Yep. 5. So what that means is a reduction in cost, a more power efficient box, not more powerful box, more power efficient box. They could possibly decrease the size of the form factor with this. We don't know if they're going to do that, but that's always a possibility. We saw this every generation. A slim comes out at some point. So Steel, let's talk about this, brother, because you just walked right into this segue. Planned or unplanned, you did a fantastic job. I appreciate you, brother. After 52 weeks, we are on a roll here. Let's talk about this, Steel, because
I thought about
give me
it
your
last
thoughts. Yeah, give me your thoughts on this, brother. Moving into this holiday season, the Xbox has momentum.
Right.
There's undeniable, right? They whether they've paid for chips to be produced faster, business. They're doing business, and this is big bank business, right? This is big. All these companies are big bank, but then you got big bank, and Microsoft, it doesn't get much bigger. Okay. They're using their power that they have, their resources that they have at their disposal as a software company, as a company who also does do some hardware with the Surface lineup, right? Their Windows phone, or not the Windows phones anymore.
They got the Surface.
Surface phones, right? The Surface Duo. They've got all these different things that they do with all these different partners, including AMD. Guess what? They're getting priority. So they've got this momentum. The sales numbers show it. Again, don't care about sales numbers per se. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Everybody's going to do well this generation, right? We know this. Again, the game industry, it's a golden age of gaming. Everybody is going to do well. But Xbox has gotten a small little crack here that they've slipped through on Sony, and are now, according to a lot of charts, and again, they're all estimates because Microsoft does not release official numbers, but according to retail charts, Xbox is outselling Sony. And even in some months, we've seen them outsell Switch, which is unbelievable. So they have this momentum. Now they're working on these new chips. These chips will probably be ready by holiday season. Still talk on this. If they get this down and this all works out, and I'm not saying that there's going to be a plethora of consoles everywhere and you can just walk in and buy 3 if you want them. I'm not saying that, but let's say they get to a stable point where on a regular basis they have stock available. And all of a sudden, come around holiday season, the Game Pass family plan comes out.
Ooh.
They get out a streaming stick or whatever it's going to be. Okay. And they also announce, by the way, a $50 reduction on the series consoles, maybe even 100, depending on situation. But let's just say 50. 50. Okay. I know. Okay. Maybe the Series S gets, the magic price point is 200, right? The magic price point for the Series S is 200. When it gets to 200, we've seen this every generation. When a console hits 199, it is over.
It's over. That's guaranteed. That's
over with. So if they want to jump the gun and they don't mind taking that loss, which we've heard they say they don't, and we know they don't for a fact, they're willing to eat that money. But let's just say 50. Let's just be conservative. Let's say the normal way. 2023 is when we see that $100 reduction down to 400 and 200. But let's say this holiday, they got family Game Pass, they got a streaming stick with a controller for, let's say, $99 streaming stick and controller, and they throw in 3 months of Game Pass on top of it, right? And then you've got the Series X showing up in stores during holidays for $450, and you got the Series S at $250. And your competitor maybe can match, but possibly can't. And then you got Starfield, Redfall, and Forza Motorsport all dropping the holiday, and your competitors got God of War. Almost said it. God of War dropping. Bro, how much momentum do they continue to carry? What does this mean for Xbox this holiday season going forward?
Ooh. That was a brick right there. He just dropped it on my lap and told me to cut it. Damn. Bro, I mean, it's significant. I mean, I was thinking about it last night. I'm kind of work my way down it, and hopefully you can guide me if I get off track. But I was thinking about it a little bit last night, and because the conversation always starts up about mid-gen refreshes and everything, and I was hearing I was listening to some conversations about it. I don't see there being. I'll start here. I don't see there being a mid-gen refresh with this console generation, just mainly because this is the first time where we're really kind of starting ahead, where the consoles are in such a space to where technology on the computer side of things is going to have to move forward before these consoles become irrelevant. And what I mean by that, 3-bit has brought it up in the past. The minimum spec on PC is going to have to move up before we ever have to worry about these consoles. Whereas in previous generations, it was a little bit different, right? Especially as we're getting into this space where everything is kind of talking on that same language. This isn't, consoles are completely separate from PCs and whatever the case may be. They're kind of along the same lines, treading the same water, especially as we're getting more into the future with cross-platform play and everything else. The uniqueness of Xbox and what they've done, whether they've paid for chip priority or not, is that's business, right? You're going to do whatever is going to make the most financial sense. And especially when there's a quote unquote pandemic going on, and you know that hardware manufacturing, chip manufacturing, distribution, you know, all these things are going to have a significant impact. You'd imagine a $1 trillion company would have that understanding. And they would want to make sure that they have things in order, especially when $2 trillion. I just wanted to throw the trillions out there because, again, I don't like trying to bring it up too big of dollars. But you would imagine that after you just spent $70 billion on gaming, one of the biggest acquisitions that you've ever made, you'd want to make sure that your gaming division is going to continue to make the revenue it needs to make up your dividends and whatnot. Make up your back end, because that's what you're depending on. Microsoft is not depending on the upfront. It's blatantly obvious. It's all back end. You know, when they talk about, I'm going to see it on the back end. When you see business people talk about it in that way, that means they have an investment.
The long game,
as they call it. It's not about the first 2 quarters. It's about what you do in the last half of the game, right? We've seen that so many times. And Microsoft is good at playing that game. Right? Actually, they're willing to make the mistake and then still try to play at that game. Figure out what is the way we can enter the market. Pong, so you touched the point of bringing a family plan. If they bring a family plan out this holiday, we're talking about fall, winter time, they do come down on that price. Again, Black Friday, holiday deals, and consoles have been out for a couple years at this point. You could drop it down $50. I see that happening. $249, that's an undeniable price. That's a guaranteed buy at any holiday. And no matter what, it could be Halloween. That's probably gonna get bought. You know what I mean? What is that? That puts the Xbox down to what, $349 Series X.
No, because what the console's $500, ain't it? Still. So it comes down to about $450. $249 to $450. That's an undeniable price. Unless, again, Sony may do something similar to that. They may do something like, oh, we'll do $480. How about that? Something like that. Something else, I guess, seems pretty competitive on launching with a God of War. I mean, there's a lot of sachet that you bring in with that. But if you're able to come out with not only that, you're able to drop a streaming stick, again, with a controller. You're saying at $100, $100 for a streaming stick and a controller. That's a big ask. I'm not saying that it's not doable, but man, you're taking some more losses. Again, playing that long game though, you could definitely do it. I think it's going to be more so along the prices of what they're charging for their Elite controllers right now, around that 150. Right in that range. I think that 149, I think that's kind of the perfect price point, especially if you can include a controller, because it's like $100 for stick, $50 for the controller, whatever the case might be, especially if it's just a regular controller. That's definitely a possibility. I think that would be really dope. That would fly off the shelves. Again, it's also hard to say because that's going to take some time convincing the people that that's going to be a good avenue for them. I mean, yeah, you can market it, but let's face it, Microsoft has also had a hard time making sure they had a good marketing strategy and being able to market to a mass audience as far as gaming goes. So a streaming stick makes it kind of hard just to get people to introduce in that ecosystem. That's going to be more of a word of mouth type of thing. So I don't think that's what they're going to depend on. I think it's still going to be, hey, we got the Series S for $249. We got these games coming out. Starfield, brand new games. Forza Motorsport, look at the way that it looks on the Series consoles. You have to get a Series console to get these experiences here. I think this is going to be a prime opportunity for Turn 10 to set the standard for the racing genre again, simulation racing, and when they implement ray tracing or whatever other strategies, especially with the upgrades to the engine that they've put in this one, which is why Motorsport has not been released yet, because they're putting that extra attention to detail and everything. Like the competition only having a digital option, they're also, and their bigger option is, what is it, $399 and then $499, the $100 difference in the prices. You also have a console that is for the future. We don't know how that's going to end up going as far as the cooling solution is. Again, we're still in the early cycles of the console generation. And if we come into it halfway and one of the consoles starts having an issue hardware wise, where there's stories out there, who knows if they're technically true or whatever the case, but it's been proven that they were having some SOC issues because they are overclocking the chips for the PlayStation. That is a factor to consider as far as what the future has for you. And if Microsoft is getting in there and being bully and paying them money to make sure that they have chip priority, it only leads credence to what you're saying, Pong, that they could be working on a small form factor, they could be working on a stick, they could be working on to make sure that they have at least more than enough Series S's on shelves than the people could imagine. Again, to flood the market, because it's proven that more people are investing in the ecosystem. And yes, I do think that's going to put more Series X's on shelves also, but that true play is that Series S, convincing people that the more we move into the next generation and we get that separation from the Xbox One, PS4 generation, is where we're really going to see that little brother for Xbox come into play. Because boom, now we can see velocity architecture at work. Now PlayStation can start working on the Kraken, and we can see how that really is implemented, whether those terms really mean anything, because we have yet to see any of that. Zero. Cross-gen games have zero of that. They may have some implementation on certain aspects as fast as storage and everything else, but other than what they pitched to us, what they sold with these consoles, why people were having arguments about RDNA 2 and all this tech and VRR and everything else, why people were having these constant arguments online about these things, we still haven't seen the potential of that yet. And we're not going to until a Starfield next gen only, Motorsport next gen only, God of War is not next gen only. So what are you going to be competing with this holiday? So when you bring up that pitch to me, Pong, what I see is big numbers churning for, at least for Microsoft, in that avenue. Mind you, Switch could be right there with a Switch 2 announcement or whatever the case may be, even though Breath of the Wild, I don't know if that's going to end up coming out this year or if they said there's going to go back into 2023.
It's pushed.
Right? 2023?
Yep.
So boom, you don't have to worry about Breath of the Wild like that. There's probably going to be Pokemon games again. Switch is a different beast. They're going to be in that conversation, especially if they're able to get more OLEDs out there, because that's going to be another push. I think it's going to be an Xbox Switch kind of holiday where people start coming to realize, especially if the marketing team really hones in on being able to pitch Game Pass, you get that family plan moving, it's going to become an undeniable service like Netflix is at this point. Like, you just have Netflix to have Netflix at this point, more times than not. I can't tell you the last time I watched Netflix, bro. I really can't. It's probably been at least 6 months. And I just have it to have it. So it's just one of those things where it's going to become, I think it's going to prove, to answer your question, I think this is going to be a chance to really prove that we are in the age of accessibility. That people are going to have more than enough opportunity to jump into the gaming ecosystem than ever before. And again, like I said, with the marketing team, if they're able to nail that point, that Microsoft is giving you more ways to play, kind of like those entendres from back in the day, I think it's going to really boost the morale, boost the brand, the name of the brand, boost brand loyalty, boost mind share, and it's going to make things really interesting for competition wise. 2023 is going to be it's going to be a turnaround year.
That's gonna be a bloodbath, man. There's gonna be so much competition in 2023, especially if Nintendo announces a new Switch on top of things with Breath of the Wild 2, and then you have PlayStation and Xbox hitting on all cylinders. PlayStation should be in 2023 at some point starting to transition to current gen only. I know they said they were going to support for 4 or 5 years, but we may see a couple titles coming from them that are current gen only, because they will finally have enough in the wild that they feel comfortable doing that. I mean, I think a lot right now is said by Sony. You saw the other day starting to advertise Horizon Forbidden West and showing it off on the PlayStation 4 Pro. They put out some tweets with PlayStation 4 Pro
30 frames
footage. Yeah, trying to show that off. That's how much they're still relying on last gen consoles and that base right now to keep them going through this point. Like you said, Steel, for a number of different factors, whether or not Microsoft paid for priority, flex some muscle to get that done, in combination with them not being able to get as many chips out of the silicon as Microsoft can, because of the overclocking or whatever the case may be. They are they're not in rough shape. They're doing well. Again, everybody's still looking for PlayStation 5, so they've still got that going. The hype is still there.
I'll put it to you this way. What Sony's going to have to do this fall is introduce a solid subscription service.
Which they're not going to be ready to do.
That's going to be unfortunate, because they're going to have to. They're going to have to introduce something. I mean, they've already said they're going to introduce something this summer. Again, from what we've seen, tiers and everything.
But there's going to be some additions to it, but I just
think
don't
by
think
fall they're going to have to introduce something else with that, or there's going to be a major sway in one direction. And I think it's going to be extremely difficult to pull back from that unless you make a huge pivot. And I don't know, but it's definitely going to be
I agree with you. This is a gamble, and we spoke on this. This is a gamble, and I compared this to Jim Ryan and Sony are playing a game of chicken right now, and they're trying to buy themselves more times, and they think that they have the loyalty and the fan base to grant themselves more time, and they're still going to rely on the God of Wars and the future hope of a Wolverine and that kind of stuff to maintain what they currently have coming from last gen. And I think they are playing a game of chicken, and they could run out of time sooner than later. We don't know for sure, but that's what I'm saying. I just see, again, playing armchair CEO. Again, things never pan out the way that we some things do, but other things, what we think a company should do and what we would do in the position of Phil and being CEO of Microsoft Gaming don't always necessarily align with what they've got going on internally. But this holiday, if they wanted to push it to the extreme, and if they are playing the long game, right, like we believe they are, like they said they are many, many times, they're looking 10, 15, 20 years into the future here. If that's the case, Steel, then if I was in that CEO position and I had to go talk to Satya and I wanted to push the boundaries and really extend this momentum that we have and really put the screws to Sony.
Right.
I would take the loss if the new chip technology is ready and we got it down and the costs have come down. I would continue to take that loss and I would extend that, and I would get that S to a $199 price point. I would offer 3 months of Game Pass along with that, because when Starfield drops, if Starfield is what we believe it will be, a generational type game from Bethesda, a $199 on that S with 3 months of Game Pass, do you know how many of the Sony faithful will just begrudging, no matter how much of a fanboy or fangirl they are, begrudgingly walk into that store and grab that S off that shelf and slap down that credit card and join the ecosystem?
If you're doing it begrudgingly, then you're not doing it begrudgingly.
Bro, you know what I'm saying. I'm saying justifying it within your own mind. If you're that big a fanboy or fangirl, like right? No, but I'm saying you could, with a $199 price point, with Starfield dropping, with 3 months of game, even 30 days. Just say you drop in 30 days of Game Pass, right? Ultimate, right? You give them the full boat. They are going to walk into that store and slap it down. Even if they posted all over Twitter, they would never join this ecosystem because they hate Xbox so badly. They're going to go drop that credit card down and grab that. That is an impulse buy. They are going to want to play Starfield no matter how much they say they don't want to. Again, if it comes out and it is everything we believe it is, that would seal the deal. You will grab as many people as you possibly could during the holiday season and draw them on over to your ecosystem. And then from there, Game Pass works its magic. From there, people start looking at what's available. From there, Forza Motorsport drops in there. All of a sudden, you got a whole new ball game where people just go, okay, this is, now I see the value.
It's going to be the PS2 effect, where you just had a PS2 because it had a DVD player.
Right.
Why buy a normal DVD player for damn near the fucking same price, especially at the time, when you could just buy this gaming system that happens to play DVDs also, or play movies and everything at the same time? Why?
Yep.
It's going to be that same thing.
You're right, Muppet. You're right. I mean, again, Xbox is up against the 10-hour trial of some games. If Sony actually does that, you're right. That would be a huge deal, right? Competition is good, folks. I'm just saying,
trial, the games last 10 hours.
Right. As a armchair CEO, again, I would be cutthroat. I would push every advantage possible, especially with the backing of Satya. And I would say, look, we're going to nail this holiday, and we are going to get out into an actual lead position, which has been a long time since Microsoft could say and Xbox could say they were actually leading position when it comes to sales. And again, the sales conversation is what it is.
Yeah,
Microsoft has come out and said they don't care about the console sales, and I believe to a certain degree they don't. But do they want to beat Xbox One numbers in console sales?
Of course.
Absolutely. Do they care at the end of the day? Let's say Sony hits 100 million this gen and they were to hit 70 or 80 million, but they had all these people playing in Game Pass elsewhere. Do you think that they care about that 20 million difference? No, I don't think they care about the $20 million difference if they've got, by the end of this gen, if we're talking 70 million people on Game Pass, they're not going to care. They can care freaking less at the end of the day with that revenue stream coming in.
It's just like when people try to separate the people who are in Xbox Live or Xbox Gold, whatever you want to call it, Game Pass, and separate that from like console, like, and then but people add it together when it's on the other side though.
And Jay brings up a great point, which I didn't even get into because it's not a done deal. Jay, if they finalize, and I've said I'm on the train. I've been on public record as saying that I believe that their goal is to get that Activision Blizzard deal done before the end of this year. So holiday season, they can say, guess what, everybody? Guess what? Along with Starfield, along with Forza Motorsport, and all the rest that we got in there, all those Call of Duties are coming in the game.
Nah, you don't even need all the Call of Duties. You know why? Because Modern Warfare 2.
Yep.
Coming directly into Game Pass, day one. Remaster. Yep. You know how many waves it's gonna people I've already been surfing the web. People are hype about Modern Warfare 2 coming back. Like, I'm talking about, like, it's almost unreasonable how hyped people are about Modern Warfare. I've seen people who haven't played games in a while. So, Modern Warfare 2 is coming back with a remaster?
Yep.
Next gen consoles? Oh, yeah. I think I'm gonna start playing Call of Duty again. Modern Warfare 2, one game. The memories of Modern Warfare 2, I'll be in it. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Modern Warfare 2 just because it says Modern Warfare 2. Telling you, man. There's a lot of things that can happen this holiday for sure. It could go a lot of different ways. I'm just interested in what Sony's going to end up doing, man. Because again, all you guys got to do is release factions, and I'm there. I'll get it. I don't care what the price is this holiday. Factions, boom, I'm ready.
A lot is going to be settled between now and the end of 2023. By the end of next year, we're going to have a very, very clear picture of where things are headed in this industry when it comes to these two major players. And again, we're not even talking about Nintendo. I know you brought up Switch and absolutely Switch. Yeah. If they announce Switch 2, if they get the OLEDs out there, again, Nintendo's doing their thing, and they're probably always, Nintendo is an enigma. Okay. They've created this special place. They've got their own speculation town over there, which is a utopia for Nintendo fans. And it's unbelievable what Nintendo has going on over there. But I give them all the credit, even though I'm not a Nintendo fan. I give them all the credit and respect for what they've done. They're always going to be in that conversation. But between the two other major players, Sony and Xbox, by the end of 2023, holiday 2023, we are definitely going to have a clear picture of where this gen is going 100%. And it's going to be incredible. Yeah.
Especially again, once things stop being cross-gen, we're going to see, I feel like that's when we're going to start seeing a difference. Or at least when we start seeing, again, there's games that already give you the examples. It's already looking better. So we'll see how it goes going into the future.
Yes. Hertog, if Sega comes out of the blue and announces Dreamcast 2, my whole tune will change, sir. That's right. I will be back on the Sega train. It's all over with. I will be console warring on the daily for Sega. Okay? You can guarantee that, Hertog. You and I will start our own Sega podcast where we trash Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo all day long. And only praise Sega, guaranteed, brother.
Or Sega just gets acquired. Either one. I think you could do the same thing at that point. All right, because look,
Phil, look, Xbox Dreamcast 2. That's all I got to say. It would be a perfect combination.
Depending on how I feel about the Sonic movie today, look, I felt great about the first one. If depending on how I feel about the second Sonic movie that I'm going to go see today with the fam, with my kids and shit. Sega, Xbox, you might need to require Sega soon. Because that Sonic Frontier games, it needs to be the fucking greatest Sonic game that's ever existed. Or the new Sonic game, it needs to be the fucking greatest Sonic game that's ever lived.
They're kind of raising the bar for themselves with movies. Like, it's like kind of ridiculous how this is working out. Like, the bar's set now just because of these movies. They do have to nail this Sonic, man. Bro, they have to. Yeah.
Like, this is the prime opportunity. If Microsoft acquired, like, this would be such a smart business strategy. Because if you acquired that and then boom, Sonic blows up, because my kids are fascinated by Sonic.
Yep.
That's the crazy thing. They didn't play his games like that. They watched the movie and were like, now they're obsessed with him. And if it hits like that with kids and it starts this wave again, bro, Sega's back in the picture. It's that easy. Off of one IP. And it's already going that direction, like, because everybody, the crazy thing is that all the creators are involved. The creators are involved with the movie. The creators are involved in this game too. And it's just, there's so many things that can mesh together. We're moving towards a direction of a perfect universe. I'm glad I'm in this timeline, that I didn't get separated at some point, because there are some things that are quite questionable, like Berenstein and Bernstein Bears. Hey, you can't tell me that the books weren't spelled a certain way back in the day. They're spelled differently now. That's a whole completely different thing. But the fact that we're in this timeline and things continuously move forward the way that they have, I saw so many videos and saw so many discussions of people just downplaying the direction the gaming industry was going and the potential of competition. I don't know, man. It gets me excited. I'm over here I'm over here like daydreaming about Gear 6. Like, what is that going to look like in Unreal 5? Just as an example. Either way, don't want to get lost in the sauce and everything. But it's just interesting to see, man, for sure. There's a couple different directions we could take this here. We spent a lot of time talking about CD Projekt Red again today. I feel like it's well warranted. Again, there's a lot of different things that are happening with them. A lot of different avenues that can end up going. I think the next proper place is probably going to have to be the Halo Battle Royale, man. I mean, like,
I knew this was eventually going to come up.
I mean, people had to. It's like the conversation had to come back around. Certain Affinity came out and said they're gonna be a bigger part of the picture with Halo Infinite going forward. People were kind of up in arms. Some people were acting like this is brand new. Some people were just throwing more wood on the fire, saying, damn, 343 doesn't know what the hell's going on. Management is fucking trash. People need help. Man, people need to be fired. And there's a lot of interesting takes that have happened. And for me, I've always been, because there's always been two minds. Halo fans are definitely just like any other fan base. You pick your favorite thing, and I can guarantee there's a fan base that's rabid and crazy about it. So whether it's Halo, whether it's PlayStation, whether it's Xbox, whether it's no matter what it is, you're gonna have a fan base that wants things to be a certain way. And if it's not that way, then it's doom and gloom. There's been a lot of conversation between whether Halo should have a battle royale or not. Even 343 has come out and said, "Oh, only BR we're gonna have is the battle rifle," and seemingly downplaying the way that gaming has kind of moved, especially multiplayer gaming has moved forward within the last decade. Whether you like it or not, battle royales doesn't have to be the main part of your game. But if you're doing a shooter, especially first person, especially within this last decade, if you did not have a battle royale attached to it, it's going to be kind of hard to keep people invested.
I'm curious, Steel, is Dr. Disrespect just eating this up? Like, I don't watch Dr. Disrespect. I don't know if you check him out, but I would just be curious if his ego has actually, it's impossible growing because of this. Because you remember the whole debacle when before Infinite launched, and he came out and said that it needs a battle royale, otherwise it's a dead game.
Okay, so because. One of the main points that I want to touch on, because Brand touched on this yesterday on his podcast. Shout out to the Xbox too. And the fact that
because Jez broke the news actually.
Yes, Jez Gordon did break the news, and I am going to bring up that article and everything because I do want to pull out some points out of there. And I'm going to do that here in a second. But I just want to give some of my overall thoughts here before I jump into that. Brand came out and said that people don't pay attention to the numbers. Well, there isn't any numbers for consoles as far as like game, who's playing and who's not, and whatever that case might be. We do know that it is in the store as the most played game, top paid game, whatever the case may be. It's still up there. PC games are already pretty fickle. It takes a lot to get PC gamers to stay invested into one game. There's other games, there's plenty of games. I know people try to say, oh, PC's a dead ecosystem, nobody plays PC games. And it's like, no, it's one of the biggest ecosystems. It's one of the main ecosystems. Not only that, there's so many different games to play on PC that it takes a lot in just a shooter by itself that just has its standard team deathmatch, King of the Hills, everything else is only going to entice people for so long, especially when there is a lack of quote unquote content, cosmetics and things like that. Because that's mainly what people are speaking to. That you feel, well, that in a ranking system, you're not getting any sense of gratification. That's the problem. There's no gratification from playing the game, which is completely understandable because that's kind of how we've been trained up to this. Is Dr. Disrespect kind of rolling around and laughing at this whole situation? Not necessarily, because you can't just base it off of PC numbers. We don't know what the console numbers are. And again, the biggest way that I judge games on whether they're alive or dead is me jumping into a matchmaking and how quick I can find a match. That's how I always used to judge it. That's how I judge it as a gamer. I don't go look at numbers and say who's playing right now. No, I just hop on the game. If it takes me 3 minutes to find a match, I know it's kind of, yeah, that's not great. But if it takes me less than 30 seconds, 15 seconds to find a game, the game's doing pretty goddamn well. Like, can't be mad at those numbers. So I don't know if he's like, if he made a solid point saying that it needed it. But I do think that he did make a good point, because it does need to at least be a game mode. Mm-hmm. Because that's just where we're at right now. In Halo, when Battle Royale started happening, and I first saw people putting shields on their character to defend themselves from incoming damage, I said, yo, how long did you hate Halo because you had a shield? Oh, it's not realistic enough. I have to put 1,000 bullets into somebody for them to die. Oh my God, this game is trash. I want to play Call of Duty.
Bullet sponge.
Oh, you're a bullet sponge. Isn't that what people said? You're leaving? Why? Oh, okay. As long as you're back before the movie. 2:30, 2 o'clock. Anyway, again, y'all get it live, raw, and uncut. Again, I'm not playing. Man, I lost track of thought. Bring me back, Pong. Bring me back.
You were talking about the fact, you just got done explaining, like, when you first saw people putting shields on, and
my fault.
And they were complaining about
yes, bullet sponges, like you were saying. Oh, we got to put all these bullets into people and everything. Now you play battle royales where that is the main point of the game. Hey, bro, oh, cover me. I gotta equip my shields. I gotta drink this juice so I can get my shields back. But you don't want it in Halo? It's the perfect game. And I've always felt that way when people started making this conversation. And that's why I'm bringing that up, is because Halo is the perfect blueprint for what a battle royale is and should be. It just has to be implemented. And we haven't had the tools yet, at least in like a Forge or whatever that case might be, to make that an actual thing. Or we probably would have been playing, an MCC at least had an official battle royale mode that everybody knows about. So it only makes sense because of where we've been at in the last decade, where we have games like Apex, Call of Duty, Fortnite, that you at least give that option as a game mode. And for certain affinity, from what we've heard from Jez Corden, I'm going to actually pull the article up now from it. I feel like that's enough of me going on my passionate conversation right there. I just thought that was such a unique thing, but
it was organic.
It was organic.
That's for Muppet. He just said, "Please don't say organic. I have had enough." I know.
You got to knock another one back. But this is going to be from Forbes. Another article from Paul Tassi himself. Again, he's had a couple articles here recently that made me like, okay.
Yeah, he's got takes on the Halo TV show and stuff.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He got kind of defensive when people were like, when he was like, oh,
he does.
Whatever.
He does.
But it is.
That's all right. I still respect him. He writes well. He writes very well. He does.
Yeah, no, he does. He does well. He's been doing good work in the industry for a long time, so I definitely respect. All right. So Paul Tassi writes in an article forums. This information was brought to you by Jez Corden. Shout out to Jez Corden. And Randall Thor, Xbox 2. They're just two unique guys. Jez Corden, he's like the most insider, non-insider that doesn't want to be called an insider that you could ever probably meet. So when there's articles like this that come out and they blow up, it's funny to me because I saw this article on Facebook too. That was posted by some random person I know in this group that I'm in, which I thought was really
quick shout out to J-Rock too. Paul Tassi's his best friend. So
yeah, I know y'all have a great relationship. I know, I've seen. You've riled them up quite a bit, I've heard. But this article goes on to say a new revelation from the well-sourced Windows Central reporter, Jez Corden, seems to indicate that a new mode being worked on by certain affinity for Halo Infinite is in fact some variation of a battle royale. In a recent interview, Corden had the following to say about the mode. It wasn't an interview, but it was on a podcast, I thought.
Yeah.
It
was. It was on Xbox too. Yeah.
I'll say on Xbox 2, Gordon had the following to say about the mode.
Rand was interviewing Jez on the Xbox 2, which Jez is also a co-host, by the way.
Exactly. But the mode was codenamed Tatanka, a wrestler whose career highlight was winning a 40-man battle royale in WWF. I did see that people putting those pieces of the puzzle together, which I also thought was fine. They go on to say the mode being developed by certain affinity is a battle royale, though how traditional a battle royale remains unclear. This is specifically certain affinity's project, while 343 will continue work on a normal multiplayer and future single player content. Okay, so starting with that, it makes sense to why there's so much happening at 343 right now. Why there is so many people working on that game right now. One, yes, because of everything we've heard of in the background, probably. But the second thing, if you're going to create a battle royale, it has to have consistent content. It has to. If there's one thing that we've learned from the recent years, is that you have to have somebody that's going to be willing to put that out. Fortnite has done that really well. Apex has stepped up their game on that. And then Warzone has also, even though every one of them isn't the best looking or up to snuff, I should say. But that's neither here or there. So to bring out certain affinities so they can specifically work on something like this, not only that, but they've had a history with working on Halo this entire time, basically built since Bungie basically, and have been kind of consistently helping you with this IP ever since. It only makes sense that you bring them in full time, full force, and say, hey man, while we're getting Forge and everything else together, and again, there's also what we've been hearing is that this also has something to do with Forge somehow, that this whole battle royale has Forge tied to it somehow too, where or at least they're going to introduce it with it, which is probably why people are saying that's when the planned release of this battle royale is probably going to be, when Forge is released, which would be super dope. Not only do you release this big battle royale mode, but you also introduce Forge. That's going to bring so many people back into the fold. So many people wanting to try it out, do different things, whatever the case might be. And again, custom matches make Halo what it is. But then also apparently it's been in development for 2 years. It's supposed to be on the scale of Warzone, aka potentially an entirely separate side game. I can see that. Again, Warzone in Halo 5 was like that, where it was PvE versus PvE VP, where again, player versus player, where there's also enemy AI introduced that you could take over points and everything else, as kind of like this back and forth kind of aspect, kind of like a Battlefield rush kind of game mode where you're trying to defend the modes or conquest, kind of that back and forth that you kind of have. It is targeting the Fortnite, Warzone, Apex crowd and meant to bring new players into Halo. Again, of course. So you know there's going to be plenty of customization that's going to have to come along with this. It's going to have to be. You're going to introduce people, Again, it has to be more than what you have right now. And what better way than to bring the people who have been working on the game and have plenty of the talent there? You just need, again, you're hiring, bringing more designers in, boom. Everything ties together so well and has a bow tied onto it at this point. And then it also, again, like I said earlier, it ties into the upcoming Forge mode somehow. The other thing is, it says it's targeting season 3 or 4. I do think because Forge, they said it's releasing in season 3, I think it's going to come out this fall. I think it's going to be the way to bring a mass amount of people in. Again, not only that, not only are, again, we talked a little bit earlier about the sales and everything. You got these great sales and whatnot, but you got Motorsport, you got Starfield, you got co-op, Forge, and Battle Royale and Halo now. You got Redfall. Like, you got games to, like, got plenty of content to jump back into. If they played it out that way. That's why I think it's more going to be a season 3 thing. But what do you think about this entire situation, Pong, as far as, again, these conversations have been kind of happening in the background. I've always been on that boat that it only made sense for Halo to go that direction. Again, for that Shield example that I used earlier, I've always been a stickler for that, and I've always made fun of people who now who have an amazing time putting shields on their bodies in any battle royale that they play now. But does this speak to like a bigger picture? Did Halo need this? Again, like you said, does this prove some people right that Halo needed a battle royale to be successful? Or it's just kind of more so just an additional thing. Maybe it was in the works regardless.
Well, first thing I will say is that we now know, I think with almost 100% certainty. Again, nothing's 100% certainty, but certain affinity was going to be one of the acquisitions for Microsoft before Activision Blizzard. And I think it'll be one of the first ones announced out the gate when the Activision Blizzard stuff settles down, because certain affinity obviously has an incredible relationship with Xbox. They are also, for people who forget, Jez Broke working on a Monster Hunter type game for Xbox as well. Now they're giving them this massive, according to Jez, this is a big deal. This is like a whole separate, it's stupid to say that because of course Battle Royale is going to be a separate mode, but what I'm saying is it's being built as like a whole separate expansion for Halo Infinite. And it's already been, according to him, in production for 2 years, which means all the stuff that we heard from 343 about the only BR we're going to have is the battle rifle, it was all false. It was all marketing speak, was all whatever the case may be. And we all kind of guessed that eventually it would have some type of battle royale. Again, Warzone, for me, the casual Halo fan here, Warzone was my favorite mode. I loved it. Yeah, I loved Warzone. I put a lot of time into Warzone. Okay. And it was just awesome. I love the PvE, PvP aspect of it. Now I don't know if they're going to do that here. Jez says that Warzone type. Halo is going to have to put some type of its own spin on Battle Royale. We know that, right? You have to be unique in that space. People will come, people will play no matter what. But to keep people there, when there's Apex Legends, when there's a Fortnites, when there's all these other things already out there, you've got to be unique. So they're going to have to come up with some way to grab people's attention. So I think that that's what Certain Affinity is going to work on. And if Jez is right and it's going to be a Warzone type expansion, maybe they add something like that into it again where there is some PvE. Also, attaching Forge to this, if it's integrated into Forge somehow, and allowing, and I know Fortnite does this in a way, and I don't know how many other battle royales have it where you can have the community start creating their own games within the battle royale itself. Look, having Forge, which again, if Forge is everything that we heard starting last year, long before the release of Halo Infinite, if it's everything that 343 has dreamt it up to be, and they're taking it to the next level where people are going to be able to get down and dirty and really become almost on a dev level creation style, you're going to have some incredible things come from the community, which I have no doubt about. This, I've spoken about this all the time, even though I'm not a PC gamer, even not into the mod scene. I have seen enough now of modding to know, and I've seen obviously Forge. We got some, games modes out of Forge originally on Halo that is still stuck around to this day, like Griffball, right? That was a Forge mode originally. Look, we're going to see some fantastic, phenomenal things come from the community. And I think that that's going to only expand what this could actually turn out to be. This could, at the end of the day, Steel, I'm not trying to be dramatic or hyperbole here. It's hyperbolic, I should say. This could wind up being the mainstay for Halo Infinite going forward for multiplayer into the future. Right? Arena is always going to have its place. You're always going to have the people that the old Halo players that absolutely love what Arena and Big Team Battle do for them, right? But this could be the one that actually draws in the mainstream, people that they envisioned when they decided to make Halo Infinite more games as a service free to play, right? This could be it. And Certain Affinity is going to be the dev that leads the way on this. And Certain Affinity, again, I'll say this, people aren't really familiar with the name. They've seen it more and more recently, but these are people that worked on some of the major Call of Duty DLC as well. They have a history here. And that also lends credence. Again, Activision Blizzard deal goes through. Yep. This is going to be one of the first ones out the gate. Bro, they are supports. Now they're making their own game in this Monster Hunter type game for Xbox, but they are support studio through and through with some of the best expertise and talent in the industry when it comes to supporting multiplayer games. Yep. Bro, you got the perfect marriage. Talk about organic right here. This is it. Certain Affinity is going to be number one on the list. Crazy. That's why I say that. But again, to give Certain Affinity this much responsibility with a not only big franchise for Xbox, but one of the biggest franchises in the history of video games shows the confidence, and Certain Affinity could have their name stamped all over Halo's future going forward with this mode. And I think that this is going to be something special. I think this, like I said, could be the one that fully realizes the vision that Phil and his team had for Halo when making Halo Infinite into what they've currently done with it. And we're not even talking about story mode expansions, which we know are going to be coming. We're not talking about any of that stuff. That all has unlimited potential as well, infinite potential, you would say, as well. But this one right here with the multiplayer, I love what I'm hearing. And if this has already been in the works for 2 years, they are far along. Jez kind of backed off of during the Xbox 2. If you listen to it, he backed off the season 3 prediction when Rand pointed out that, hey, the first season was extended well beyond what they thought it would be. Normally seasons would be 3 months. So let's say they get back to the 3-month thing with the seasons. And we know season 2 is in May. And that means season 3 is going to be probably August, September, October. And then season 4, Jez did then back off and thought that maybe more 4 than 3 with that kind of time frame, meaning late fall or early winter type stuff, right? So I think that we might, depending on how far along it is, 2 years is a long time for one mode. If they are really into this and the Forge is ready to rock and roll and be integrated, then we could definitely see this in that September to November window. Bro, like you said, to be dropping that, to bring back people back in with co-op Forge and this new mode, along with the maps that we're probably going to get in between, maybe some talk of story DLC on top of Starfield, on top of Forza Motorsport, maybe Redfall. Again, people are underestimating Redfall. If that's not delayed, that is coming from Arcane, one of their main teams who talk about bringing in new mechanics to different genres. Bro, what they could do to the looter shooter if they bring in some of that Arcane magic, Redfall could be a surprise hit as well. You're talking about massive engagement heavy games, all lined up this holiday season on top of everything we just talked about, Steel, about how they could just drop the price $50 with Game Pass family plan, streaming stick, apps on the TV, brother, you're talking about one heck of a second half of the year. But Halo Infinite with this new mode could be leading that way, leading the charge. It could be crazy. It could really be crazy. I'm loving what I'm hearing. Can't wait to see. Again, casual Halo fan. Does that mean I'm going to all of a sudden put $300 into Halo multiplayer? No, of course not. I'm not a big Battle Royale fan. But if they bring something different, they have some elements of Warzone, some PvE in there, a little bit with some kind of cool mechanic or whatever they decide to do. Well, I'm going to jump in there with you guys for sure. On top of the co-op, of course, I want to run through it on co-op. It's going to be a great time for Halo to come back around again.
Yeah, no. Again, there's just so many good things that could happen again this year. Again, we're kind of pitching it like, oh, it's possible. So, and I think it very well is, especially if things start moving in the right direction. People have adapted. It's been a couple of years since the pandemic. I still don't want people to downplay that because it does still have a huge factor on a lot of things. And I don't want to come across like I'm in the studio with these guys. I know what it takes. I do know that when you're transferring data over the internet, man, take a long time, especially if you're not shoulder to shoulder in a building doing these things. Right. Whether you want to realize that or not, it's completely up to you. I know some people have experience with that. But Halo Infinite isn't a small project. Halo Infinite isn't a small IP. There's not a small amount of people working on different things. And if we're going to blame management, we can do that all day. I get you and I understand because it's happened too many times than it needed to. But you can't ignore life and what's actually happening in reality when people are having to talk and do work over the internet. Like, I know we think that everything is perfect and but the way things are working in your home and in your backyard is the same way that it works everywhere. It's not always the case. And things can be a lot more complicated than you may think. That's why I try to approach these conversations like the potential of what's going to happen, what I see, because at the end of the day, I don't know. And I don't want to ever take away from the humanity side of it at all, because that's what's important to me. I wouldn't be playing these games if the humanity side did not exist. I would not be able to experience the stories that we've gotten over the years if the humanity side did not exist. And that's a double-edged sword. So I just feel like it's an important thing to say, man.
And we just never know, to Steel, where the next Apex Legends, where the next Fortnite's going to come from. Everybody says, oh, there can't be another one. And then one shows up. And just because there's been so much, I don't know, talk around Halo Infinite, what it hasn't done, does not mean that all of a sudden that magic mode drops and all of a sudden Halo is the place. It can happen from anywhere, any place, anytime. And who's to say this isn't the one? It certainly could be.
Hey, you know what I would love to see this fall?
Yeah.
I want to see Halo and factions.
Factions ain't coming this year, bro.
Oh, don't do this to me, Pong. No.
Next year, 2023, bro.
Don't do
2023.
This. No.
Look. We're not going to go off on a side tangent here because we've talked a lot about all this stuff. But again, Sony next year is when Sony starts hitting on all cylinders. This is the last year where we kind of have, I mean, again, you can argue, Horizon, great game. It got buried by Elden Ring, obviously, again. But if they bookend it with God of War and it's everything and it lives up to the hype and God of War is back in the mainstream, next year, 2023, we could really see a resurgence again. That's why I say by the end of next holiday 2023, we will have a clear picture, because next year it's going to be all hands on deck. Guns are going to be firing from January to December of 2023. We are going inundated with games, content, news, nonstop next year. Next year is when it all starts coming together for all these companies. Again, throw Nintendo on top of it, brother, you got yourself one huge party that we are all invited to. It's going to be insane next year. So
Nick says factions is coming in Halo Infinite. That would be fucking hilarious. If Halo Infinite dropped DLC and called it factions, I would cry. I would roll on the floor.
What if Sony does a real 180 Steel and goes, factions is coming everywhere, PC, Xbox, and PlayStation?
They're not doing that. No, they're not doing that. PC, that's already wild enough. Everywhere, oh, you going crazy now.
They even got a switch. It's all cross-play, cross progression, fully loaded factions. They're just gonna pump it out to everybody.
Hey, I wouldn't doubt it if Bungie put that in their clause. Like, look, you want our help on factions. It needs to go everywhere. We keep our independence. If it has our name on it, we're independent.
Yeah, Tim. Yes, Forspoken. Steel and I have talked about that. Yeah. Steel and I have been on that since we first saw it. Yeah. I if I had a PlayStation 5 or a PC, I definitely would be on Forspoken day one. Yeah. It still interests me. I don't care what anybody else is saying. People said it looks boring, blah, blah, blah. Man, what I've seen, it looks cool as hell. Love the story aspect to it. Love the main character. Love the special effects for the magic. Yeah. I don't care if it seems like you got to use a lot of different magic. That's cool with me. I like that kind of aspect, combining different spells. It just looks really awesome. I love what the world looks like as of right now. Right. I would definitely be day one as well if I had the potential to do so.
Yeah, and I'm only day one because I have access to it. That's the only reason. If it was only on PlayStation, that's the thing that I mean when I speak on accessibility. That's so great. And it only works better for them in the end, like at the end of the day, because I'm still investing. You know what I mean? I don't know. I wouldn't invest day one if it was only PlayStation.
PlayStation, right? It's not enough to go buy a PlayStation
for me.
Yeah, correct. Correct.
It just speaks to everything else that we always talk about here. So.
Yep. Nick's, you know it here, brother. 11/11/22 is the only date on my calendar that matters for the rest of the year. All the holidays, all the birthdays, all erased. 11/11/2022.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the chat drop it. He was Todd the God Howard.
Hell yes. Praise be his name. Amen. God Howard. I can't wait till that presentation, brother. Oh, we are almost under 200 days. I think we're at 208 days away.
Hey, you're going to see it before that.
Ooh, we're going to see it before that. I'm just saying that's the release time. Oh, my God. I can't wait.
Correction on my above, chat. If Sony buys Square by change, do you think Square cares enough to take Crystal D with them?
That would be the interesting thing.
From Jacob Novak.
Sony would want Crystal D and
they would want them, but I don't know how good that relationship is currently for them to make that happen. Unless they cut the deal tomorrow, which I think contractually at this point, they wouldn't be able to. That's not going to happen. I think Crystal D is going to end up going with Microsoft, if anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I do believe that. But if Sony came in and offered enough and they were a part of the deal, I mean, again, they're owned by Square Enix. Yeah. They don't have a say in the matter. People could leave. People certainly could come over and join Gallagher underneath the initiative. I know that Xbox would take all of them, but at the end of the day, Sony would want those IP. Sony would do something with those IP. That's why I don't have a problem with Sony acquiring things. At least I know they will do stuff with the IP. I know for a fact Tomb Raider would get the respect it deserves. And, I just think it's good for the industry when a big company, whether it's Sony, whether it's Nintendo, whether it's Xbox, takes over another company. Nintendo never does. But what I'm saying is when they do take a company into their wings with the resources available and their respect for IP, we know we're going to get something out of it. And that's what matters to me. So that's why I love Embracer Group. Embracer Group's buying up all the AA. But man, they go back and put together the original Time Splitters team to make a new Time Splitters, an IP that has been forgotten throughout history. All of a sudden, the Embracer Group walks in and says, hey, we really like that Time Splitters IP. Let's pick that up. We're going to buy that. Oh, let's go contact all the original team members and see if we can put the team back together again. Bro, that's awesome. I love that shit.
No, it definitely is. Split Difference says, thou shall be privileged enough to see a CGI.
True.
Probably,
that's okay.
Probably.
I like CGIs.
I like CGI. Hey, these days, CGI is damn near the game. If not damn near close. It's not back in the day where it was completely different. Like there's no comparison. Now, it just depends. I do agree. I like seeing good gameplay.
Watch Dogs and Division. Oh boy. Fantastic looking CGI.
Yeah,
but set the bar higher than their teams could hit.
Yeah, especially for the division.
Yeah,
like
Watch Dogs is bad too. But
I mean,
yeah,
no,
Division.
Yo, the second Watch Dogs, bro. Like,
yeah, but the first Watch Dogs CGI
the most
was
recent one is the third one, right?
No, it's the second one.
That's
Watch Dogs.
one?
Oh, no.
Legion?
Watch Dogs Legion was the third one. Yeah, but I count the other two because they focused on single stories, right? They had single characters.
Right.
But Watch Dogs 1, the original CGI, that's what started the whole thing about whether or not companies should ever do that because people were so up in arms. Because what they showed in Watch Dogs 1 as what was representation of the game, what they showed could be done now. But they showed that at the beginning of the Xbox One PS4 generation. And it was like, no. Watch Dogs 1 is a great game too. Love Aiden. Oh, love Aiden Pierce as a character. It was good, but it never lived up to that. But like you said, the Division CGI, when they originally showed that as well.
Yeah. It looked like a completely different game.
Oh my. It was little things. The overall game still looked like that.
Right.
But the little details that they had were on a whole nother level that they could never accomplish.
Like you made the game seem like it was 10 times more immersive than what it actually ended up being.
It wound up being, yes.
Like I felt like I was going to be able to go in every goddamn building and just ransack shit.
Yep.
I was going to be able to go crazy. Like I really had to dead ass survive. I was going to make it out here. Like I'm not really an agent. Like type shit.
Yep.
Like, and I mean, on some levels it was like that, but when you come to find it was more, I don't know, lack of a better term, Destiny-like.
Yep.
Yeah, you're like, okay, third person. It's good. Yep. It was good.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it.
It was good. It was good.
I can't wait for Heartland to see more on that. And Division 2, they're going to continue to support it, Knicks, but they really screwed up. Ubisoft had a chance to actually bring back the Division 2. They resuscitated by just doing a current gen patch, which brought back the community like they could not believe. They had no plans with the Division 2. They launched that patch. Everybody came back. All of us jumped back in Division 2, not for like a short period of time. It was like we were in the Division 2 playing all the time. And then Ubisoft said, oh, people still like the Division 2. Holy cow, we got to capitalize on this. Okay, we're going to start up DLC. We're going to do all this. And then what did they do? They came out later and said, oh, we got to push it back. Oh, we got to push it back.
God damn.
God, you guys had a chance. You had a chance. Fumbled it. Oh, Dragonheart, Yobi, brother. Thank you, man. One of the big supporters, been here since day one. A lot of you right now in chat have been here almost nearly since day one. Appreciate all of you, but Dragonheart, Yobi, man, you are a legend. Again, your positive energy in this community is second to none. And you do so much and jump into people's chats and talk good stuff. And, when you were on Retro Renegades, man, love listening to you. Just everything you do, man. Thank you. Really appreciate you.
Yeah.
Nothing but love.
You're good people, man. There's definitely nothing but love for you. Man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into that section where we're almost 4 hours in, like, boys and girls. So like, again, me and Paul again came in here. Was like, man, I don't know if we're gonna make it this time around because it was light. But again. Have a conversation, chopping up with you guys in chat. You guys being here for our 52nd episode has been such a beautiful thing. This journey has been an amazing thing. Again, a year worth of doing episodes. Again, we're going into season 2, and this concludes season 1. No, I'm not going to do the corny thing and restart the episodes over. It's just going to be season 2, and I'm going to be episode 53 next week. So that's the main thing.
This is a games as a service podcast.
It is. We need investors.
Podcast as a service. That's what we are.
We need a publishing team.
Yes,
we need a publisher. We need somebody who's gonna.
We do. We need that premium level content.
Exactly. And then we would be able to put out some DLC or something. An expansion pack or something. I would love to be able to do this like 2 or 3 times a week. I think it would be amazing. All right. But with that being said, I have to get into this day in gaming, where we go back 30 years and just look back at the history of the game of previous games. Excuse me.
And make me feel old.
Yeah, again,
as always.
People like to say it makes them feel old. Again, I look at it more so when I first thought of the segment. I always was dumbfounded when you look at older games and then you go play more recent game. And you see that transition, the things that have, like, biggest example, recently I touched on Devil May Cry 2, and then I jumped into Devil May Cry 5. And just to see the extreme difference of the years, and even that is still more newer gameplay. It's just a unique thing to me, because again, we kind of forget about the human element of it all. Gaming is art and should be treated as such, just like you would treat paintings or anything else. I see gaming that same way. So I kind of started collecting cases. I want to make a wall of cases. I think that would be super. But yeah, so let's get into it, man. Pong's confirmed Living Splitscreen is a gaming as a service. Yes, it has been confirmed. We're just not sponsored by Manscaped yet.
We need to start selling season passes is what we need to do.
Season passes? I think that's what people consider Patreon.
Probably Patreon. Yeah. We'll sell season packages of like five episodes, 10 episodes, or the full season. That's what we'll start doing.
We'll do something like that. You'll get it in pieces. You can buy it for $15. You can get a season, then that'll last you. I'll release a new one every 6 months, and that'll be your NFT.
I was just gonna say, be on the lookout for some from LSS Pong and Steel NFTs coming your way, people. Be the first to hop on that. It's gonna be, man, they're gonna, bro, the resale value on those suckers.
It's about to go crazy. Man, I'm telling you.
You're about to retire. You're about to retire if you hop in early.
I'm telling you, it's about to be a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Wait till we get these clothes popping, because, bro, I'm about to be rocking a hoodie. I'm about to start getting some test gear when I step into this opportunity, man. So
Yobi doesn't like our season passes idea. Fat Boy Harris says Patreon or OnlyFans.
I think we're more OnlyFans, honestly.
Oh Jesus! I really started working out. God damn, we're gonna do that.
No, me too. I gotta get back to the point where I could go double time. Right now, I'm only on single time, and even after that, I'm like, whew, okay, shit. But it's feeling good. It's feeling good. Exclusive DLC: get a rare Pong Soul with Steel Rain beard add on.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell the cleaned up version of Pong Soul NFT, and then the Grizzly Adams version of Pong Soul NFT.
We're gonna have Living Splitscreen holographic cards.
Oh damn! That's going all out. $1 million ideas, people. Let's go. LSS crypto. Yeah, we can start a crypto. We can start a coin. We can start mining LSS, man.
Hey, we're gonna have microtransactions
to the moon. Yep. To the moon, everybody says. We'll start doing the rocket ship emojis everywhere. LSS crypto.
Hey, road to 1K. We get to 1K. We go see what's up. No, that's funny. Y'all are stupid. Oh, all right, ladies and gentlemen. So
love y'all.
Yeah, no, I love that. That's amazing. So this day in gaming, April 16th, 2022. Again, we're going back all the way to 1998 this time. So, in 1998, Nintendo 64 released Mystical Ninja starring Goemon?
Nothing.
I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. Oh, all right. Then Dreamcast released, and this is in 2001. I don't know if this is Ill Bleed or L Bleed or what's going on with this game. Ill Bleed
on Dreamcast. Great game. Underrated, actually. Again, a lot of Dreamcast stuff was, but Ill Bleed was definitely a freaking fantastic game. I had that game. It was like, I guess the best way to put it is survival horror.
Really?
Back in the day. Yeah. It was pretty cool game, man. So
okay, dope. Yeah. Then in 2001, PC released Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. That was actually a good game. Then in 2002, Game Boy Advance released Breath of Fire 2. Then on GameCube, this is one of the better Spider-Man games, I ain't gonna lie. They released Spider-Man the Movie. That was on GameCube and PlayStation 2. Then in 2003, Xbox released Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee. That was also a really good game at the time. I had that one burned on the hard drive. I'm not gonna lie. My pops made sure he got that modded hard drive, and we were in the game. Blockbuster always had their games back on time. I'll tell you that. Then in 2008, hey, and by the way, I'm outside the statute limit. Then in 2008, PC released The Sims 2 Double Deluxe and Trackmania Nations Forever. Not familiar with either of those. I mean, Sims, of course, but.
Right.
Then in 2013, Xbox 360 released Dishonored, The Knife of Dunwall.
What was that? Dishonored? Yeah, of course.
Like,
The DLC, amazing. It's just so great. Again, speaking of Arcane.
Right. Then PlayStation 3, Wii U, and Xbox 360. I didn't know this game came out on Wii U. Injustice Gods Among Us. Shout
out to the Wii U.
I didn't know it was on Wii U. That's crazy. That's wild. It had to be a completely different game. There ain't no way. Then on the Wii, they had Pandora's Tower. And then on the 3DS in 2013, you had Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Soul Hack.
Atlas, you cowards, bring the entire series. We are. Do you see that Soul Hackers there, Steel?
Mm-hmm.
See that? We're getting Soul Hackers 2 on Xbox, brother. You know that? I talked about that when they announced it. We are actually getting it, but that's where it goes back to. Remember, I kind of gave the history on it. That was a spin-off, another spin-off. Just like Persona is a spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei, so is Soul Hackers. It is even less known. That's why it's unbelievable that they're bringing Soul Hackers 2 to Xbox. It gives me hope, but you cowards, remake the entire Shin Megami Tensei series, the original stuff, bring it all back. I know you did the other one. You've done one for, you did the number 3 for PlayStation just recently, but please do the entire series, bring it all in a box, like one package format to all systems, please. Shin Megami Tensei deserves the respect.
Facts. Then in 2015, 3DS released Style Savvy Fashion Forward in Japan. I don't know about that game. But shout out to y'all if y'all liked it. Then in 2018, the PC released Wise.
It's 8? Not Wise. You know what? You're going to get, it's Yeez, I think it is.
Is that what it is?
Ease or whatever. Yeah, Dragonheart Yobi will correct us on this because he knows. But yeah, that's one of the most it's a very underrated JRPGs series. A fantastic series.
So
really
Yeez 8, Lacrimosa of Dana?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Dragonheart will show up in here.
Let me know how to say that, man, because I like to say my things right. That game sounds wild. Then in 2019, Nintendo Switch released and Xbox One Final Fantasy X and X2 HD Remaster, or 10-2 as they say, 10 and 10-2. Then Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 released My Time at Portia, or Portia, however you want to say that. Then on PlayStation 4, they released World War Z.
Yep. Amazing.
Little House on the Prairie.
Oh, hell yeah. We were going back and forth because he recognized the Grizzly. He said, Grizzly Adams, that's an old reference. And I said, you recognize it? And he said, oh, you know, we were watching it.
Right.
He came back with Little House on the Prairie.
Then on 2021, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X released MLB The Show directly in the Game Pass for your monthly subscription. And with that, that is your This Day in Game.
And that was a short one.
segment.
God damn.
Yeah, that was a short one.
How
this
weird
time
is it
around.
seeing MLB The Show still underneath Xbox?
That's funny.
It's still weird, man. Oh, that's so funny.
No, it's
Oh my
funny.
God.
Hey, that's what happens. Gotta set the new standard and set the new bar. But now, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for joining us today on this episode 52. Again, 1 year, our 1 year anniversary here at Living Splitscreen, and our welcome into season 2 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. We're going to continue to give you that live, raw, and uncut, authentic action and preach that golden age of gaming conversation while keeping it with real-time strategy, taking our, just pulling ourselves out of the world and looking at the darker spaces of the gaming space. Pong, lead the people of victory real quick.
Absolutely. Hey, shout out first to Fuzzy and Cyber Gunther, who both dropped in here. Appreciate you, brothers. Fuzzy, we're going to see you tonight on the Shop Podcast. That's right. More Living Splitscreen coming your way. If you did not get enough in this 4 hours, you can join us. So, anyways, everybody, first of all, let me again, I stated at the beginning of the show, let me end the show this way. When Steel and I started this, it's Yeez. Thank you, Dragonheart. Appreciate that. Listen, when we started this show, we didn't know where it was going to go. We didn't know what we were going to build here. We just knew that we were two dudes who got to know each other through gaming, enjoyed each other's company, really bounced well off of each other, and we wanted to do something. And we enjoyed talking about games, and we enjoyed and had the passion for this industry, and we shared it. And when I hopped into Steel's DMs, I had no idea where it was going to go, right? I had no idea if he wasn't even interested. And here we are, 52 episodes, 1 year's worth of episodes later, and we are still rocking out. And in fact, we went from doing little over 2 hour shows to 3 hour shows to now, over these past weeks, we've been averaging 4 hour shows.
But to be honest, it's because we tried to limit. We were trying
to limit ourselves in the beginning because we wanted to fit into what everybody claims is the max you should do for podcasts, right? But here we are, two regular dudes who never would have met without gaming, without the pandemic happening, coming from two different views, two different lives, two different generations. Nice. And here we are together, rocking out with you guys each and every Saturday, having a great time with all these awesome, amazing people who jump in, jump out, jump in. You guys are still on? Yeah, we're still on. That's right. We're still talking good game talk right here. At least we think we are, but we hope you all are enjoying it. Yeah, but here we are 1 year later, 1 year worth of shows later, over a year together doing this. And I still feel as energetic every Saturday morning, getting up and knowing that I got a show with Steel as I did from day one, even more so at this point because we've gotten so comfortable with each other doing this. But you all are a huge part of this, and I can't tell you enough, and I tell you every show, but I can't tell you enough how much love and respect I have for this community, and especially for those of you that join in here each and every week with us, and maybe even the ones that are listening to us in the future that don't necessarily get to see us live. We appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you. It means everything to be here still 52 weeks later doing this show with Steel, with you all. So thank you all for being everything you have been and more, and what you mean to us can never be stated in words. And that goes far beyond even what we have on this show. That goes to this community. You hear stories each and every week of community members having issues, and the community shows up and shows their love and support to those people. Again, we all show up in this place because of games. We all came here because of our love for games. But a lot of us wind up finding a community full of friends in here, real friends. They might be unconventional because we might not have met in real life. We may not go hang out, and have a beer or whatever the case may be. Might be a little unconventional, but this day and age, this is the good side of technology that I've always talked about. There's a bad side that social media has created as well, but there's a fantastic side. And this right here is representative of that. So thank you for sharing this journey with Steel and I. And like Steel said, we're going to continue on. Season 2 starts next week with episode 53. But I'm just happy that you're all here, appreciative that you're all here. A lot of you been here from day one, but I don't care when you jumped in. I don't care if this is your first show that you're listening to us on. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here with us and enjoying what we do. Because again, without you, it's just Steel and I and Xbox Live, which is cool. Steel and I can go have a good time. We do a lot in a game, but we'd rather share this industry, share the joy we have for this hobby with more people. So thank you all for being here on episode 52 and celebrating with us our 1 year anniversary. It means the absolute world to me. And I know Steel will probably speak on it as well, but thank you. Can't say it enough. Pong Soul, you can find me on Xbox. You can find me on Twitter. You know the drill there. Again, tonight, The Shop podcast, Living Splitscreen Part 2, continues because Steele's going to join us on the Shop over on PTK Blam's channel. Fuzzy Belvedere, the brother's going to be there as well. So please drop on in there. It is a great way to end your Saturday night. Chill show. Have great conversations over there. We always get nice perspectives. And look, join us 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Tuesdays, Xbox Factor podcast. Again, I'm still a panel member, technically speaking. I'm still a panel member. Shout out to Boom. Again, another huge supporter of Steele and I and what we've done here. He's a huge supporter of so many in this community. Gave so many people chances. Shout out to Boom because he is also a part of the reason why Steele and I are here. He's given us both opportunities on multiple shows with him. Myself, I as a panel member on Xbox Factor now. But Tuesdays have gotten a little dicey for me. Real life calls, got to pay them bills. The job is back up and running full speed. So Tuesdays, I'm going to be there, hit or miss. Again, it's just going to be one of those things. But Boom has an amazing show, of course, on Tuesdays. Mav shows up when he can. Boxing Burger's there. You got VJ. Mr. Joanna Dark had to leave because his job at Xbox, shout out to him for working at Xbox, a dream job, has expanded. So he can't do Tuesdays anymore. But what did Boom do? Boom went out and got N64 Josh back, who comes with another great set of thoughts, different from a lot of other people's in some ways. N64 Josh is another cool member of this community. So Tuesdays are always great. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. Thursday nights. You like this two-man format? Come check me and Mav out on Thursday nights over on Fun Speculations channel. Him and I have a great time. Again, shorter show than this, usually about two and a half. But we still deep dive 1, 2, maybe 3 topics. Sometimes we have some guests show up. Listen, come drop in there, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. I know you're going to have a great time over there as well. PM in the PM, Thursday nights. Friday nights back on Fun Speculations channel, Xbox Ultimate, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. You know the family. We go left a lot. We talk about crazy things. Again, last night on Xbox Ultimate, they had like 30-minute conversation about snacks. Okay. But he had Wandering Dutch and Fuzzy on last night. It was a great show. We always just have a fun time on Friday nights. Xbox Ultimate, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Next weekend, back here, season 2 begins. Mission 1K is still in effect. We just hit 500 right before the show. Yep. Thank you all for sharing and getting other people to join in. Again, Steele and I don't like to beg or buy subscriptions. That's not what we're here to do. We made that and established that very early on when we decided to do this show. We want people who enjoy us for us to want to come here and join in. But we do have bigger goals of reaching more people and building this community out. So please, if you can help us, tell a friend, tell a family member, whoever, share this out. 500, we hit 500. Season 2 starts next weekend. Episode 53, Mission 1K. We'd still like to hit 1K by the end of this year. It's going to take some work. It's going to take some big news, some big things, because we can, Steele and I can only do this one show. Yeah, it's 2 shows worth. But we can only do this one show 1 day a week. But again, we love you. Thank you all for that. Otherwise, it is the golden age of gaming, people. We are going to continue to be happy, excited, hyped for everything that's happening in this industry. We love all aspects of it. You should too. Enjoy it. That's why you're all here. Don't let anybody kill it. Don't let anybody gatekeep you from being excited. I don't care what it is. Again, Godfall, Steele and I are one of the only shows that probably promoted that game. Guess what? Because we loved it, we were excited about it. It's not for everybody, but we loved it. You do the same. Get out there, promote whatever you're playing, share it out, let other people know that you're happy and excited and that you're enjoying yourself in this industry, because that's what this hobby is all about. It's a golden age of gaming. Play what you love what you play. I'm going to talk to you all real soon. In fact, tonight. But again, nothing but absolute respect, love, and appreciation for every single one of you who have made this show, Living Splitscreen, happen for the past year. Steele, give them your thoughts. Get us out of here, brother. Let's let everybody enjoy their weekend, and you get to go see Sonic 2.
Oh yeah.
What's up?
Oh yeah. It's gonna be an exciting time. But Pong really hit on a lot of the points, and I've kind of been touching on it all throughout the show. Stepping into the gaming community was one of the things that I always thought about. But but I just didn't think there was any reason for me to. Again, I never had anybody around me that really pushed it that way. And, you know, it was always amongst friends and just immediate people. It was nothing like, oh, let me go online and talk about this with other people. In the moment that I decided to do it, I haven't regretted the decision since. I'm doing this. I have a good time, especially being able to sit down here with Pong, go over topics, the fact that it's so organic, the fact that it's natural, the fact that it's authentic, and that it's not like it's just 4 hours of dead air, right? It's constant communication, going back and forth, different opinions, covering a wide range of different things. I couldn't imagine it being any better way. And I definitely just want to continue to iterate on that, continue to grow it. And Mission 1K is in effect. We definitely want to get there. I think we can hit 2K. Hey, that's just me. You got to have big hopes, big ambitions. Either way, it's nothing but thank you. Much appreciation, much love. Again, you can find me, Steel Rain. Steel Rain, the T is a 7 everywhere. If it has a search bar, you will find me. Guaranteed. I've done it myself. Xbox, PC, PlayStation, whatever it is, hit me up. Let's have a conversation. Let's play some games. Again, right now, I'm Elden Ring, Godfall. Tiny Tina's when I can get some co-op in. But other than that, trying to get through Batman too, man. Got to get through that good Arkham, bro. Got to. But anyway, you can find us next week on Saturday. And we go live every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. Living Splitscreen, episode 53 next week. Season 2 begins. Much love. Thank you for being here. And hit that like button and tell your mama about us. I think she might like it.
And reading all your chat, reading all your thoughts. Again, all the love you guys show really does mean a lot for this old guy.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all.
Nah, that's 100% a fact. It's like there's a lot to say, but at the same time, there's like a lot because it's definitely something that's emotional, man. Because it's just something you don't expect, and it does kind of leave you speechless in a way. But again, we do it because we care about it. We do it because we're passionate about it, and the fact that you guys are here and we're going to continue to share it out and everything. It's amazing. So, hey, here's to the future, ladies and gentlemen. Here's to the future. But enough of being sappy. Hey, y'all be beautiful. Stay great. I'm going to lead you with something that my mom has always told me, and that's don't expect for everybody to think like you think. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, much love. Stay great and keep it godly. See y'all next week.